Honorable members of Parliament and distinguished guests, by approval of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, we are authorized to commence the proceedings of today. The first Vice President may join us a little later. May we all take our seats. Honorable members, distinguished members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observes. I wish to bid all present good morning and a warm welcome to the Pan-African Parliament. This is the People's Parliament, and please feel free. This is your home. The Pan-African Parliament was established by African heads of state and government as a response and an effort to make the African Union more people-centered and more people-driven. It was born out of a realization that a continental body that is seeking to develop an Africa that is integrated, exclusive, prosperous, at peace with itself, and representing a dynamic force in the global arena cannot do so without its people. And therefore, the Parliament was set up to ensure the full participation of Africa's people in economic development and in the integration of the African continent. An essential part of the integration agenda of the African Union is to ensure that there is normative coherence through shared values, through harmonized instruments, and through common institutions. It is with this background and understanding that the Pan-African Parliament has, since its inception, forged a number of working relationships with various African civil society and grassroots organizations, as well as other African Union organs with complementary mandates. This meeting convened here today within the context of the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament meets to consider, in the main, durable ways to institutionalize and strengthen civil society's linkages with the Pan-African Parliament. As we start these proceedings, I would now invite honorable members and delegates to rise, assume a solemn posture for the African Union anthem.
Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, fear, fear the fear, share this land, share this year. That's Africa where the lead. Let us all united sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for peace and justice on earth. Feel that the Africa, essência do sol, essência do ser, façamos da África a vida. Let us all united all together to give the best we have to Africa. And bring along mankind with words of culture. Yeah, now, Africa, Asapsha, Yedu Sama, Africa, Shah to Ayat.
We may all be seated. Honorable members of Parliament, distinguished delegates of civil society and the public in general, we will now commence the proceedings of the ceremonial proceedings. I would like to call upon Mr. William Karu, who's head of the Secretariat of ECOSOC, a partner organ of the Pan-African Parliament, to come to the front to deliver his statement. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and good morning, colleagues. Let me start by recognizing the Honorable Chief Fortune Churambua, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable Lucia Passos, third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable Jesse Majom from the Zimbabwean Human Rights Commission, Madam Lindewe Kumalo, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished members of the Pan-African Parliament, my brothers and sisters from the civil society fraternity, members of the Fourth Estate, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege and honor to be addressing the 6th Pan-African Parliament today. At the very outset, allow me to also commend the Pan-African Parliament's leadership for second Pan-African Parliament dialogue with civil society. I will extend my appreciation to the Pan-African Parliament to permeate this dialogue with civil society organization. As the head of ECOSOC Secretariat of the Civil Society Advisory Organ of the African Union, week in, week out, I stress on the importance of civil society in advancing continental development agenda. While I admire the sceneries of the continent as I travel to Midrand, I had a change of heart, and I decided to chalk out a new statement last night so that I'm able to speak directly from my heart. I would like to ask you to stop for a while and reflect on the African Union architecture. You will realize that, unlike other multilateral organizations, the AU is a people-centric entity that was created for the people and to be governed by the people. Whether as heads of state or as parliamentarians, we are all citizens, and by extension, we are all part and parcel of the wider civil society. Can a state exist without its people? Can there be rulers if there are no followers? I've used this analogy before. A coin has two sides. Without either the head or the tail, a coin will never be a coin. The narrative must change, believe me. Parliamentarians and civil society should and can work as one, but this entails a change of mindset. And without being too philosophical, we must reflect that our days on this planet are limited. Whether you are a commoner in a remote corner of this continent, or you are a leader surrounded by all the luxuries we all come with an expiring date. The day we realize this, we will understand the very essence of life. Saying this, wherever civil society is welcome, communities are safer, more secure, and more prosperous. It is imperative to note that ensuring continuous dialogue between parliamentarians and civil society is essential for several reasons, and I would like to share them. Civil society organizations represent diverse interests, voices, and perspectives that may not always be captured through formal political channels. Parliamentarians engaging in dialogue with civil society can ensure that these voices are heard and considered in the decision-making process. Dialogue with civil society promotes transparency in governance by providing insight into decision-making processes of parliamentarians. It allows civil society to hold parliamentarians accountable for their actions and ensures that decisions are made in the best interest of the public. Civil society organization often has on-the-ground knowledge and expertise on various social, economic, and environmental issues. Dialogue with civil society can enrich the policy development processes by incorporating these insights and ensuring that policies are well-informed and effective. Engaging in dialogue with civil society enhances the legitimacy of parliamentary decisions and builds trust among the public. By actively listening to and addressing the concerns of civil society, parliamentarians demonstrate their commitment to serving the interest of the people. Dialogue with civil society promotes inclusivity and encourages broader citizens' participation in the political process. It allows marginalized groups such as women, youth, and minority communities to have a voice in decision-making processes. Dialogue between parliamentarians and civil society can help prevent and address conflict by fostering understanding, cooperation, and consensus building on contentious issues. It paves the way for collaborative problem solving and constructive engagement. Involving civil society in dialogue can facilitate the effective implementation of policies and programs. Civil society organizations can provide valuable feedback, monitor progress, and other support in translating legislative decisions into practical actions on the ground. In a nutshell, the overall dialogue between parliamentarians and civil society is crucial for fostering a democratic, transparent, and responsive governance system that prioritizes the needs and concerns of the people. Building on this premise, the collaboration between African civil society and parliamentarians is crucial to advancing Agenda 2063, the strategic framework for the socio-economic transformation of Africa over the next 5 decades. Here are some ways we can leverage and work together with civil society to achieve this ambitious agenda. Civil society can raise awareness about Agenda 2063 among the public and mobilize support for its implementation. Parliamentarians, on the other hand, can advocate for policy changes and allocate resources to support the practical implementation of this agenda. Civil society organizations can provide valuable input and expertise during the formulation of policies and legislation aligned with Agenda 2063. Parliamentarians can then champion these initiatives within the legislative process. Civil society can monitor the progress of Agenda 2063 implementation and hold parliamentarians accountable for their commitment to the agenda. This ensures transparency and efficiency. Both society and parliamentarians can work together to ensure active participation of these groups, facilitating exchange programs, dialogues, and forums between society and parliamentarians can foster mutual understanding, trust, and collaboration in advancing Agenda 2063. By working together in a coordinated and collaborative manner, African civil society and parliamentarians can effectively contribute to the realization of Agenda 2063's vision for a united, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. My fellow Pan-African colleagues, at this time, we don't realize how fortunate we are by having an organization like the African Union. Just look around at other multilateral institutions without undermining others. How the wisdom of our Pan-African leaders gifted us the African Union. The AU is built around many organs, departments, and special agencies, amongst others. ECOSOC and PAP are two such organs, both celebrating 20 years of their existence this year, which aim at bringing the people closer to the policymakers and vice versa. Beyond the national parliament, the Pan-African Parliament members have this wonderful platform to interact and learn from their peers across the continent. And ECOSOC gets even the most advanced of democracies cannot fancy how our forefathers have entrenched the role of civil society in policy space. The eminent rollout of ECOSOC national chapters herald enormous opportunities for Pan-African Parliament representatives to work with civil society organizations on the ground at national level, regional, and continental level. Both Pan-African Parliament and ECOSOC has a fundamental role to play in popularizing AU programs and policy, but more fundamentally Agenda 2063 by leveraging on their individual UPS and their collective unexplored force. Excellency, honorable members of Parliament, my fellow citizens, I will sign off my speech here, and I want to extend an invitation to you all to the ECOSOC at 20 commemorative activity, which will take place in Accra, Ghana, from the 16th to the 20th July. And I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate Pan-African Parliament for contributing significantly into policy decision-making process in the continent over the last 2 decades. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you, Mr. Karu, for delivering your statement, emphasizing the central importance of civil society as a bedrock of any state, for emphasizing the need for dialogue to be continuous and to enrich transparent state decision-making, for emphasizing the role of civil society in holding the state accountable, and making a clarion call for deeper collaborative interactions between the parliament and civil society at one level, but also between the ECOSOC and the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much. Honorable members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, I would now like to call upon Ms. Bonolo Machale, who's the program manager at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, and also the convener of the PAP CSO Forum, to approach the podium to deliver her statement.
Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Jessie Majobe, the chairperson of the Zimbabwean Human Rights Commission, Madam Lindiwe Kumalo, the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, members of civil society, good morning, bonjour, sanbonani. It is so good to have you here with us this morning, and our protocol observed. Thank you for being here, especially on a Saturday morning. This is undoubtedly an expression of your commitment to this continent and her people. Allow me to start by telling a story. It's a story of two brothers, the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur Wright, two bicycle mechanics with no formal engineering, had an audacity to dream to invent a machine that could fly, beginning in the late of human flight. On 7 December 1903, at Kitty Hawk, North California, the Wright brothers achieved the first controlled, sustained flight of powered heavier-than-air aircraft. Their journey was one of relentless experimentation, collaboration, and learning from failure. The Wright brothers' success was not only a triumph of innovation, but also a testament to their unwavering determination and partnership. And I want you to keep the story in mind, and I will get back to it later. I've had the privilege of working with the Pan-African Parliament over the last 6 years. As Madam Clerk has said, I am the convener of the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum, a dream that Professor Frans Verheyen at the Center for Human Rights had. And when it started in 2018, it was but just a dream. And before I get to what we have been able to achieve as the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum that have led us into this moment here, I want to briefly reflect on the role of civil society in championing human rights and democracy in Africa. I think we can all agree that the relationship between democracy and civil society is intertwined. During the era of colonialism, civil society organizations were a formidable force. They were the heartbeat of the struggle for independence, collaborating with citizen-led movements in the fight against colonial governments, advocating for human rights, and championing better treatment of people. In essence, civil society was proactive and held a substantial influence, playing a critical role in African countries. Following independence, then the onus has fallen on us, civil society, to redouble that effort in ensuring the realization of the promises of new democracies for every individual. We must acknowledge and reap the dividends of constitutionalism, where human rights provisions are reflected in daily experiences of our citizens. Now, back to Civil Society Forum and the Pan-African Parliament. As you would know, that the preamble of the Pan-African Parliament Protocol sets out the vision of the Parliament, and it says that it will be a common platform for African people and their grassroots organizations to be more involved in the discussions and decision-makings of the Pan-African Parliament. And to this day, the Pan-African Parliament has made efforts to ensure that the voices of African citizens are heard in the corridors of this African Parliament by cultivating channels of dialogue with civil society organizations and allowing their inputs in their processes. I remember on the 8th of August in 2018, it was a Wednesday, the Civil Society Forum met for the first time at one of the small committee rooms with a few members of Parliament, and I think members of civil society were about 20. I had just started this job at the Center for Human Rights. And before I started working at the Center for Human Rights, to be honest, embarrassingly so, I did not know that the Pan-African Parliament was here in Midrand, South Africa. And I am a South African that lives in Johannesburg. And I make this point because when we started this project, part of it was because we acknowledge that there is a lack of visibility among African citizens about the work of the Parliament. And therefore, on the 8th of August in 2018, we met for the first time on the sidelines of the Pan-African Parliament Ordinary Session and subsequently established the Civil Society Forum with the aim to foster collaboration between and among civil society on PAP-related issues and between civil society and the Pan-African Parliament to advance and promote the mandate of the Parliament. And this effort, as I said, was triggered by the lack of visibility of the Pan-African Parliament and, of course, resulting in the low level of awareness of the role of the Parliament among African citizens. Now, I want to reflect briefly on what we have done, to document what we have done and highlight our contribution, because I think that is important, and this is why we are here as well. The Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum has undertaken several initiatives to support the Pan-African Parliament. And these includes hosting civil society meetings on the sidelines of the Pan-African Parliament, providing technical support to various committees of the Pan-African Parliament. And last year, for the first time, we appointed a civil society liaison officer that was working here at the Pan-African Parliament, supporting the head of the committees of the Parliament. Additionally, in 2022, we placed one of our graduates from our Masters in Human Rights and Democratization in Africa here at the Pan-African Parliament to support the office of the legal office led by Counsel Clement Mavunga. And as part of our program, our master's program in Human Rights and Democratization in Africa, we also want to make sure that we train thinkers, and of course we train human rights champions, and we do not want to just give them theory. And as part of our program, we ensure that we provide practical efforts in that. And we have had our students in that program as well support the legal office of the Pan-African Parliament. Additionally, in order to increase the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament and improve the levels of understanding of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, we developed a toolkit which we have used to train civil society organizations on existing opportunities to strategically engage with the Pan-African Parliament. And we've been able to train members of civil society in East Africa, in West Africa, both in the Anglophone and Francophone community, and in SADC. And additionally, we also have been able to establish regional networks of members of the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum. And I want to make a point here that while it's important to have this formal mechanism of engagement with civil society and the Pan-African Parliament, and have this moment that is also very formal and important, there are also creative ways that we have used to support the work that the Pan-African Parliament is doing. And one of those creative ways is building relationships with members of the Pan-African Parliament. And I do want to acknowledge one member of Parliament in particular that was very supportive and continues to be supportive to us. We went to Abidjan last year, July, to train civil society organizations on opportunities to strategically engage with the Pan-African Parliament. It was the first time my team and I went in that area. And we also wanted to engage with the Côte d'Ivoire Human Rights Commission, because part of it is as well to engage with governments and countries where we train civil society to ensure that there's a strong linkages between what we are doing with the Pan-African Parliament and what civil society organizations are doing in their respective countries. And before we got to Abidjan, even when we were in Abidjan, the chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability, Honorable Miriam, was very, very helpful to us. And so, ma'am, I want to say merci beaucoup for everything that you have done for us in Abidjan and what you continue to do. And this is an example of the importance of formal engagement and informal engagement, and identifying members of parliament that would help us to champion this work that we do. Merci, Madame. Now, as I conclude, let's go back to the story that I started with, the story of the Wright brothers. The story mirrors the journey of the civil society Pan-African Parliament, or rather the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum and the Pan-African Parliament. Despite initial teething problems and challenges, the forum, as I mentioned earlier, successfully held various civil society meetings on the sidelines of the Pan-African Parliament. But I want to highlight this one in particular, that for the first time, we had a formal parliamentary seating last year, May, with us of Parliament with us, and we had a lot of members of civil society with us. And it was at that meeting that the civil society forum submitted recommendations to the Parliament for the Parliament to consider, and those recommendations are essentially going to guide our discussion today. And if you look at the document that has been provided to you, you will see those recommendations. Now, the story of the Wright brothers, despite the challenges that they encountered, it became a successful story. And the point I'm making here is that we are building onto something. We have been researching, we have been designing, we have been testing. Sometimes we get it right, and sometimes we don't get it right. But we must remember that this moment is important for us because it is a testament of how we can achieve something if we apply unwavering determination and partnership. Let's remember that our work here, it is not just about ourselves and our organizations. It is about the people that we represent, the people whose voices we carry. And therefore, as we navigate this conversation today, let us remember the power that we hold, the potential that we have to shape this continent's future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bonolo, for delivering that statement. Thank you for sharing with us a very pertinent and relevant anecdote, an analogy for the work that we are doing, referencing the Wright brothers, which is really a story of ambition, vision, humble beginnings, small steps, big success. And we thank you for also sharing the journey and the pioneering work of the Center for Human Rights of the University of Pretoria in the establishment of the CSO Forum, with PAP, with other AU organs, with a human rights mandate, but also with national human rights institutions and champions within the parliament's permanent committees, as well as members of parliament that you have specifically acknowledged. Thank you very much. I would now like, at this point, to invite Honorable Jessie Majome of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission. She's the chairperson of that commission, and she will be delivering the keynote address. Honorable Jessie, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks. The presidents of the Pan-African Parliament and the deputy presidents and the chair, the clerk of our esteemed Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Parliament here present, distinguished leaders of civil society from the African continent and beyond, and the academia that is here, that is led by the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. All protocol observed, allow me to say that. I am truly and genuinely honored and privileged to be accorded this opportunity to deliver this keynote address at this second parliamentary dialogue between members of parliament and civil society organizations in this third ordinary session of the 6th Assembly of the Pan-African Parliament. That is being hosted jointly by the Center for Human Rights of the University of Pretoria in partnership with the Open Society Foundation and, of course, our esteemed Pan-African Parliament. As honorable members and distinguished guests may be aware, the purpose of this dialogue is to engage the members of Parliament on the progress made in implementing the recommendations of this very august gathering that was done in the first parliamentary dialogue in 2013. This parliamentary dialogue provides a platform and a space for the civil society forum to engage directly with the Pan-African Parliament towards ensuring that the views, voices, and recommendations of civil society are heard and deliberated on during the Pan-African Parliament plenary and acted upon after being informed by the voices and aspirations of the African peoples, from noting that for the realization and fulfillment of the human rights of Africans, and indeed the realization of sustained peace and security, it is imperative for us, Africans, to interrogate and introspect about what human rights and what human rights advocacy mean to us in Africa and mean to us as Africans. African civil society gathered here and elsewhere, as well as the state in its arms at Parliament, the legislature, and its other arms, and interstate institutions, and the Pan-African Parliament have to engage in this exercise of stopping for a moment, because it is not in vain that we are Africans. It is not a coincidence that we are Africans and that we are gathered in the Pan-African Parliament. Being African is significant itself. What does it actually mean to be African, and what does it mean for us to advance and promote human rights as Africans and to Africans? And what strategies does it use? What does that mean? How is it done in an African sense? Is it the same? Is it exactly the same as would be done, for example, in the Americas, in South America? Would advocacy for human rights and for peace and security take the same color that it would if it was, for example, in Asia? And also, what does advocacy for human rights and does for peace and security, does it mean the same? Does it look the same if it was in Europe, for example? Is there anything significant and quintessential about being African and about human rights in Africa and about the struggle and the struggle to realize the human rights of Africans? I want to posit here today that this particular forum, this particular engagement of our esteemed Pan-African Parliament and civil society in Africa is also an opportune moment to have this imperative reflection, and together with, of course, the academia, our thinkers on the African continent, what What do we think? Have we sufficiently interrogated this? Is it in vain that we are Africans? What does it mean? Does it have a particular fingerprint, a particular shade, a particular tone, a particular drum beat, a particular rhythm? Is it exactly the same? And does that difference itself, if there is a difference, does that difference have an impact on the effectiveness of our struggle to ensure that the women, the men, the boys, and the girls on the African continent enjoy on a daily basis as they wake up and as they go to sleep the human rights that they are entitled to and the peace and security that indeed that they deserve? And I want to posit here today that this is an opportune moment and an opportune platform to reflect that and to sharpen our tools for the realization of the rights of Africans in Africa, because I want to believe that we do not take sufficient cognizance of the significance of that African identity in the promotion and the engagement of our human rights, both from the civil society perspective, from the academia perspective, and from the state institutions and the interstate institutions. And that is the main thrust of this address. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this parliamentary dialogue will provide a platform and space to ensure that those views of Africans are held. And my motivation today is that as that happens, that Africanness that is in the identity of this esteemed House should be in the fore of how we engage in that dialogue. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the first Pan-African Parliament and Civil Society Dialogue in 2023 made a number of recommendations to the Pan-African Parliament on wide-ranging matters, including ensuring the increased engagement between civil society organizations and the Pan-African Parliament, the outstanding ratification of African Union treaties by countries that have not yet done so, and that must do so, empowering the Pan-African Parliament with legislative powers, including the ratification of the protocol to the Constitutive Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament, otherwise known as the Malabo Protocol, the state of peace and security in Africa, and the human rights situation in the SADC region, among other recommendations. Distinguished gentlemen, ladies and guests, I will draw your attention to the third paragraph of the statement that was issued, the recommendations of this esteemed forum in 2023, that in its very third paragraph, in its preamble, is recalled, and I quote, recalling that civil society has played a pivotal role in the struggle for independence, collaborating with citizen-led movements in the fight against colonial governments, advocating for human rights and championing better treatment of people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is significant that the last forum did recall the very heroic and very significant struggles led by civil society to proffer and to promote and to open independence of the African continent. And I want to posit today that the role of civil society in Africa did not end at this juncture when there was recalling. And when that is being recalled in the recommendations of the last forum, the decolonization of Africa, in every sense of the word, continues. And I want to posit that the decolonization discourse and the philosophy must locate itself and must find itself tongues in the advocacy as we advocate for the human rights of the African peoples, for the boys and girls and women of men wherever they are on the African continents. It is not, that must continue. What does it sound? What does the sound? What does in a post-colonial Africa, in a decolonized Africa, it is important to keep that in the focus, that because civil society in Africa played a significant role in work, and as we advocate for human rights and as we get formulations, again, in terms of the strategies and the approaches and the philosophy. Are we African about it? What does it mean? What are those positive traits and the positive ways that African wisdom has had and African identity has shown over the years, those systems of knowledge? In what ways are they informing the effectiveness of our struggles to attain the fulfillment of the human rights of people on the African continents? And that is, in my own humble and respectful view, the biggest challenge that there is at this juncture. And I would like to posit that the space that this juncture in the history of the world and politics is making a very eloquent argument for that because of the way global politics have changed and the way, in terms of even of the finances, even the crisis of liquidity that is experienced in the United Nations, and even outbreaks of the war, such as in Ukraine, that has affected in a very direct manner the traditional approach to supporting and funding the work of human rights and development and advocacy, and funding indeed the very lifeblood of civil society organizations across the continent. We have seen cutbacks and limited and reduced access to inflows of support that is in the form of aid to civil society organizations that do the very critical work of promoting the rights of people on the African continent. And if that alone does not challenge us to realize that we are at an epoch where fast ways of doing the things are not sustainable, and that if we do understand and agree that the human rights of the people of Africa are so critical and so important that they cannot depend, that struggles to advance them cannot depend on support and funding by factors that are beyond the African continent itself and that are beyond the control of Africans and African economies, and that we will have a problem and we will not be able to sustain the struggle and the struggles to ensure that human rights are fulfilled. It is time again to hear the clarion call, the drumbeat, to think about what it means. What does it mean to us Africans to have human rights? What does it mean to us as Africans to struggle for human rights? Because if we forget to look inside ourselves and sustain ourselves, we will be, I'm sure that we can see where it is that we're going, because even the funding itself is not going to continue to come from us from there. We must find in ourselves the importance of supporting our own struggles and conceptualizing our human rights discourse in our own tongues. We must be having African tongues, that when we hear civil society advocating for human rights in Africa, we must distinctly hear it being in our African tongues, in the shades, the different kaleidoscope of shades and shades across the continent, and the ways of doing things and finding each other and making sure that what is done needs to be done. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, the direct engagement between the Pan-African Parliament and the Civil Society Forum during the present dialogue and the parliamentary session that follows the dialogue itself are an opportune moment for us to reflect on the states of human rights and democracy and the prospects or lack thereof of peace and security, and facilitating a proactive civil society in strengthening, consolidating, and entrenching democratic governance in Pan-African member states. And I will again emphasize that a proactive civil society must look like an African and must sound like an African civil society, Pan-African civil society. It must be patriotic to Africa. It must be patriotic to the countries that make up the continent, and it must dig deep into the wellspring of the wisdom and the proud heritage that our African societies have, that support also and promote discourse and philosophy on human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that as we advocate for peace and security, the role of civil society and the nuances and the approaches can be also those that think critically about the roles that they can play, and question the approaches that are there that I will submit humbly that are unproductive and counterproductive. The accusatorial and adversarial approaches to dealing with human rights and getting redresses, that we must ask ourselves and look into our African ways of doing things in terms of the culture, in terms of dialogue and conciliation, and speaking the truth to power for the purpose of human rights, but in manners that are not necessarily, that are different, because I'm sure you'll agree with me that in a lot of societies and cultures, there are ways of finding each other that are not necessarily accusatorial, and even in terms of the justice systems, it will be, as our thinkers, our African philosophers and thinkers and our academics, are we probing enough? Are we going sufficiently and at good speed in a direction that interrogates and decolonizes human rights discourse and human rights approaches to, so that at the end of the day, the rights of women, children, girls, and boys in Africa are understood? And as we speak of civil society, are we also thinking about the stature and the status of organizations? We talk about international human rights organizations and civil human rights organizations. Are we asking the question also as Africans, what is it that is not international about a civil society organization that is based in a community? Let's say in a village in Africa, a civil society organization that, for example, is formed in that village in order to advocate the rights of maybe education, the rights to healthcare, or even the right to vote. What is it, are we interrogating and asking that, what is it that is not international about that civil society organization? Does international civil society organization mean an organization that is headquartered outside Africa in some American or some European state? What is it that you learn from African ways of speaking truth to power that still speak the truth to power, but not in an accusatorial, you in the dock manner? These are the questions that I would hope that would be exercising, that we can develop through our thinkers and our researchers in civil society and the Pan-African Parliament and its leadership and the parliaments that are in our respective hopes. And I draw inspiration from an African thinker called Makau Mutua, who published an article in the Harvard International Law Journal of 2001 that is headed Savages, Victims, and Saviors, the Metaphor of Human Rights, that seeks to unpack that whole dichotomy and the controversies, as well as the alternative ways of thinking. Must that worldview only be, is it Eurocentric? Is it Western? What is it that is African about human rights? Where are African tongues? Why are we not? We must find our African tongues in speaking and looking and conceptualizing at these issues. And a lot of other scholars, I'm sure Prof. Viljoen and others, scholars even from here, from South Africa, scholars like Professor Thando Nhlapo, about the connectedness of African ethos and human rights. And in terms of support and funding, in terms of our governments across the continent, supporting and funding institutions and also ratifying protocols such as the Pan-African Parliament, that these are the issues that we need to interrogate as we strengthen the role of civil society and its interaction with Parliament. It is my hope that civil society, African civil society, will engage with the Pan-African Parliament and the parliaments in our respective countries to ensure that they prioritize support from our African continent for budgetary support from Africa, from the wealth of resources that we have to support and promote the work that civil society often sometimes gets to bear and also ends up depending on support that is unpredictable and that therefore also comes with some unfortunate connotations that do not necessarily connote equality regarding the giver and the given, and prevents us as Africans from standing tall with our human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of Parliament, this dialogue is an opportunity for the reflection of progress made since the 2023 dialogue. That is, if any, and it is my hope that there has been progress in the recommendations of the 2023 dialogue towards addressing the state of human rights and democracy, improving peace and security through the SADC organ on peace and security, as well as also other sub-regional African groupings in East Africa and West Africa, facilitating engagements with civil society, and I want to underline African civil society, towards strengthening democratic systems and mechanisms, improving and expanding, enhancing participation of African peoples in governance processes, and improving accountability, transparency, and the rule of law across member states as articulated from an African lens and with African tongues and African perspectives. Pan-African member states have a responsibility to ensure sustained engagements with fellow African governments who have not yet ratified the African Union treaties, and to do so in addition to engaging with parliaments or member countries to prioritize the ratification processes as an integral part of their law-making functions. This is particularly true of the ratification of the protocol on the Consultative Act of the African Union relating to the Pan-African Parliament itself, so that this parliament does become a parliament that legislates and legislates law that is binding on our African states. And so furthermore, in addition to engagement with civil society organizations, in my hope, African civil society organizations that are conceptualizing issues from an African perspective. Marginalized peoples in the Pan-African Parliament's member states, they should be accorded an opportunity to directly interface with the Pan-African parliamentarians during the Pan-African Parliament CSO dialogues and during the Pan-African Parliament's plenary sessions in a representative capacity to directly express their views, opinions, and aspirations to the Pan-African Parliament. And it is, of course, a dream and a hope that the proceedings do not end here in these chambers in the Midrand, but that one day we will have a media across Africa that communicates and disseminates these Africa changing and Africa profound processes, so that the women and men and girls and boys across the African continent can also understand and learn the connectedness of themselves and their lives with the capacity of the Pan-African Parliament to change and their lives and to adopt Pan-African policies that promote their human rights and their peace and security. And because that would definitely strengthen the collective voices of citizens and improving the human rights, peace and security situation of affected peoples, in consolidating good governance, accountability, transparency, and the rule of law in Pan-African Parliament member countries. And finally, I hope that the present dialogue and subsequent parliamentary session will strengthen our collective resolve to improve the state of human rights, promote peace and security in all our spots in Africa, with even what is happening in Kenya and what is happening elsewhere, that we strengthen, promote peace, security, strengthen accountability, democratic governance, and the rule of law in Pan-African member states in the context of sustained engagement between the Pan-African Parliament, the civil society organizations forum that distinctly remembers its African footprint and fingerprint, and aims to have it heard and amplify that Africanness so that it be distinctly seen, as well as also our African thinkers and philosophers and researchers to amplify and interrogate and dig into our reserves and the communities across our member countries, so that the women, men, and boys and girls that are across our African continent do realize and enjoy their rights. I wish you all productive deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for delivering those remarks that have emphasized the need for an exchange and an active engagement at this platform, describing this platform as an accountability platform that we will use to reflect on the extent to which the Pan-African Parliament has implemented its own resolutions and recommendations. And this indeed is consistent with the role of a civil society in any state. You have also raised some very provocative questions that you're challenging this forum to debate. The contextual situation on the African continent, how the continent should nuance its normative arrangements to reflect Africa, and also to better the prospects for implementation and entrenching of human rights in Africa for Africa. You've also raised the question of the financing of Africa's agenda and how common messages vis-a-vis other regions should be expressed. It's also consistent with the African Union's desire that Africa asserts itself in the global arena as a bloc and speaking in one voice. And therefore, with these few remarks, I'd like to just thank you for your presentation, and at this stage, bring the ceremonial presentations to a close. Also indicating that the First Vice President apologizes that she remains constrained in another engagement of equal importance, and for this reason has asked me now, on behalf of Chief Fortune Charumbira, the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, to declare this meeting officially open. I also wish to thank, on behalf of the Honorable President, the Center for Human Rights and Open Society for its sponsorship of this forum. And we thank you for your trusted and dependable partnership in this meeting, but also going forward. Honorable members, distinguished guests, we will now break very briefly for not more than 20 minutes, and I do request that we come back. We've already lost quite a lot of time. There's tea in the lobby, but before that, I'll invite all of us to assemble on the lawn outside the plenary hall for a group photo, and then grab your tea quickly, drink, and come back into the room. Let's aim to be seated by 11:45. Thank you very much. Honorable members and distinguished delegates, may we all take our seats. Honorable members and distinguished guests, may we all take our seats to resume the substantive discussions for this morning. Again, apologizing for the late start of the proceedings this morning. We're now proceeding to the dialogue between members of the Pan-African Parliament and the Civil Society Forum. The facilitators for this substantive session are Ms. Achieng Akena and Dr. Remember Miamingi. I would like to invite Dr. Remember to come to the podium to facilitate the discussions and introduce the speakers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. Please, with your permission, allow me to stand on existing protocols as already outlined this morning, and to thank you very much for coming back on time and for this conversation. For this segment of the conversation, again to thank the clerk for an able facilitation of the first part of the session. In this session, we're going to have 4 segmented conversations. We'll have a first conversation on civil society engagement with the Pan-African Parliament, and we'll have 2 presenters, each with 5 minutes. And then my colleague, Achieng, will then facilitate a conversation based on those 2 presentations. And then we'll have a second session on the state of peace, security, and human rights in Africa. And then we'll have 2 presenters, 5 minutes each, and then we'll facilitate a conversation. And the third session will come with respect to some of the not so new, but new AU normative frameworks within the field of human rights, protocols that are there, just to create some awareness around it. And then the African Continental Free Trade Area and the protocol there too. And of course, we will then have, again, 2 presenters and a conversation. And finally, we will have a session on some of the innovative campaigns that civil society have put in place in terms of elections into AU bodies and organs. So, and then we'll have a conversation there. And so it'll be 5 minutes. Because we are late, I'm appealing to the presenters to please, because it's a dialogue, really, to limit the presentation to 5 minutes so that we can have a dialogue. And so the first presentation we're going to have in the first session will be by Mr. Clement Movunga, who is the legal counsel to the Pan-African Parliament, and he will give us an overview of the opportunities that exist from a normative framework of civil society engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. And then, Clement, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I what's up. But let me also stand on the established protocols. Madam Jessie Majomi, President of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen here present. I was tasked to present on the opportunities, civil society opportunities for meaningful engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. So my presentation is basically going to consist in unpacking the Constitutive Act of the African Union, the Pan-African Parliament's protocol, the Sixth Protocol, as well as the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, and find entry points for civil society engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. I'm aware that the audience is made by several members of the Pan-African Parliament who may already know a lot of things that I want to cover in my first part, which is presenting the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament within the AU institutional framework. Why? Because for civil society to find entry points, they need to understand the mandate and the structures of the Pan-African Parliament. I will then go a bit deeply into the functions of the Pan-African Parliament, which will lead me to the core of the subject, opportunities for civil society engagement, and lastly, make some practical recommendations, particularly for civil society in their engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament is to be situated within the AU institutional structure, which recognizes the Pan-African Parliament as the legislative organ of the African Union, although till now vested with advisory and consultative mandate. And this mandate is spelled out in Article 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, which is to ensure the full participation of African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent, to ensure the effective participation of African peoples. And those African peoples are African citizens, a group of African peoples, groups of African citizens, but also more formal groupings of African citizens through civil society organizations and other similar bodies. So this mandate can be dissected into a number of functions, which are also detailed in Article 11 of the PAP Protocol, but also Article 3 of the PAP Protocol, which spells out the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. When you read these two articles, you can then group functions of the Pan-African Parliament into So you can then group functions of the Pan-African Parliament into four main functions, as would be the case for any parliament, whether legislative or consultative. The first function, which is the quasi-legislative function, enables the Pan-African Parliament first to contribute to the AU treaty making, to promote ratification of AU legal instruments, particularly treaties, and to promote the domestication and implementation of those treaties at the national level. Secondly, the quasi-legislative function also enables the Pan-African Parliament to propose legal reforms at the domestic level, but also to propose specific legal frameworks for adoption or adaptation by the member states in the form of model laws or other model legal instruments. Secondly, the oversight function of the Pan-African Parliament, and I call it soft oversight function, for the reason that even when it is exercised, the sanctioned part of the oversight is still awaiting for the full legislative mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. But it enables the Pan-African Parliament to examine any case of implementation failure of the policies and instruments of the African Union. Yes, and in that same framework, the Pan-African Parliament is empowered to invite any official of the African Union, even of the member states, to be able to come and respond to any matter pertaining to human rights, peace and security, good governance, democracy, and so forth. And this makes basically the mandate and even the functions of the Pan-African Parliament more or less open-ended to be able to speak and to be able to speak for the people of Africa. Thirdly, the budgetary power of the Pan-African Parliament, which is exercised at two levels, at the level of the African Union, but also at the level of the African Union through recommendations to the Executive Council, and at the level of the member states by ensuring that, national budgets are responsive to the AU policies and decisions, particularly that in the budget of the member states are responsive to the implementation of the African Union shared values and other principles. Thirdly, the representational mandate of the Pan-African Parliament enables the PA its parliamentary diplomacy in championing some causes, not only at the African level, but even at the international level. And it is under the representational mandate that the Pan-African Parliament is, for instance, able to attend some global events to be able to advance the African position, such as COP, or even for this year, there's an upcoming UN meeting, Global Summit for the Future, where the Pan-African Parliament is expected to advance. And to do all of this, the Pan-African Parliament needs its organs, which are, according to the PAP protocol and rules of procedure, primarily the plenary, which is the meeting of all members of the Pan-African Parliament, 5 per country, designated to sit at the Pan-African Parliament. Those members designate amongst them a bureau of 5 members representing each region, and also permanent committees, which are basically thematic focused working groups dealing with various policy issues. And those permanent committees, 11 as they are, particularly regional caucuses, which is basically the technical and administrative arm of Parliament. The work of Parliament is committee-based, which means that for plenary to consider and adopt any decisions, the matter would have been first considered by the relevant committee. The Pan-African Parliament also relies on its links with national and regional parliaments, and basically that is why every year the Pan-African Parliament hosts an annual speakers conference and meeting of secretary generals to Parliament as a means for ensuring that decisions of the Pan-African Parliament finds a way in the legislative agendas of a national parliament. The work of Parliament culminates into 4 main types of outputs. The first one is resolutions, which are basically decisions that are implementable internally. Recommendations, decisions that are directed at other stakeholders, such as other organs of the African Union, the member states, and other structures within the continent. Declarations are basically pronouncements of Parliament which do not necessarily tie to its territorial mandate, but are relevant for the sake of solidarity and also the fact that the PAP should be seen to be responsive to prevailing developments around the world. And basically, when the Pan-African Parliament, for instance, is to pronounce itself in relation to the conflict in Palestine, the Pan-African Parliament would not adopt a resolution, would not adopt a recommendation either, but PAP would adopt a declaration. And lastly, the Pan-African Parliament adopts harmonization legal instruments, such as model laws. And indeed, for this upcoming session, PAP is expected to adopt one model law and to consider other model laws that are in process. At this point, I thought I could share briefly on the achievements of the Pan-African Parliament, which are many indeed, but in one word I would say that the Pan-African Parliament has contributed in terms of advancing standard setting around the continent, but also promoting standards integration at the national level, domestication, and a list of treaties could be cited. PAP has also been able to carry out fact-finding missions on the ground and to contribute to the resolution of many crises on the continent, particularly in some countries that are listed. Not all of them were in crisis, but like Cote d'Ivoire, the fact-finding related to ascertaining the situation of child labor, for instance, and some recommendations were formulated to the government of Cote d'Ivoire. PAP has been able to champion the cause of Africa and the Africa position to the COP and other UN meetings, and during meetings of the International Parliamentary Union. Indeed, increasingly, PAP has opened doors for increased engagement with civil society, and this meeting is a case in point. PAP has established links with regional and national parliaments, but also with other institutions, academic institutions, and civil society organizations. The Pan-African Parliament can be credited to have been the actor the principal actor for the lifting of economic sanctions against Sudan, and is again working for same in relation to other African Union member states. Basically, PAP has been able to empower its members to be able to advance and defend and speak very authoritatively on some policy issues pertaining to the continent. Those include terrorism, illicit financial flows, peace and security, natural resources, climate change, and so forth. Lastly, and not least, PAP can brandish a number of model laws developed with a view to harmonize legal frameworks of the member states. Amongst those, we have six of them that have been adopted, and 6 that are on the pipelines. And as I said, the last one, model law on cooperatives, is on the pipeline, but it's set to be adopted during this session. Let me move to probably the last issue of entry points for civil society. And I thought I could group them into two groups. The first group is statutory opportunities for civil society engagement. And these statutory opportunities are embedded in both the PAP protocol and the PAP rules of procedure. The first one is the right to attend proceedings of PAP. Those are always open, although there is a requirement for accreditation, which is mainly based on security reasons, but civil society are part and parcel of any sitting of the Pan-African Parliament. Of course, there will be exceptions where some meetings could be held in camera. Secondly, they have the right to access documents and information of the Pan-African Parliament, except those that are classified. So through a correspondence, a reply can be given. And I just remember yesterday I was sharing some documents requested by some colleagues who came to attend this session. Thirdly, the right to address a petition, very important. Rule 72 of the PAP protocol enable any citizen, including civil society, to submit a petition to the Pan-African Parliament. And this looks like a very golden opportunity for civil society to be able to get the Pan-African Parliament to undertake to do or even to refrain from doing something. Lastly, civil society and citizens have an opportunity to trigger formulation of model laws and other model legal instruments. Indeed, when we do a check of all the model laws developed so far, there will be a number of them which were basically an initiative, an initial initiative of civil society organizations, but then endorsed by the relevant committee and further approved by plenary. Aside from statutory opportunities, we have opportunities that I call practical opportunities. And these practical opportunities, you may not probably see them on the rules, but we can infer from some existing rules. For instance, where members of PAP have under Rule 60 the right to move motions, it is possible that any citizen or civil society can approach a member, equip them with the necessary facts and elements for them to be able to move a motion in plenary. And it could also be a question as provided for under Rule 67. And that can be verbal or written. Secondly, there's an opportunity for collaboration or partnership. And as we speak, we have a wide range of MOUs, for instance, signed with a number of civil society organizations. But indeed, again, thank you, the process requires that if the model law speaks to the activities of a specific committee, the relevant committee would have to be informed and even an opportunity to engage with the proposer of the MOU so that there can be ownership even at the level of implementation. CSOs have the right to address committees as experts, and indeed, just this week, we cannot count the number of civil society organizations that had an opportunity to address PAP committees on various issues. They also have the right to participate in public hearings and consultations. Indeed, there could be consultations that are limited to a specific number of people. Requests to participate may always be given an opportunity to participate. And lastly, corridor lobbying. Parliament being a political space and where issues under consideration touch on the interests of citizens, those citizens, including civil society, have an opportunity to meet with PAP members in the corridors and influence their submissions to be made in plenary. Maybe in 1 minute, I would probably make some recommendations to civil society. The first one, I like this KYC recommendation, know your customer. So civil society is, if PAP is your customer, then in my several engagements with civil society particularly, I have noted some misconceptions about PAP, even its mandate. Now, PAP sometimes is judged not to be making laws, but PAP does make laws. PAP can make model laws. Or PAP can be criticized for not making binding decisions. PAP indeed does make binding decisions. PAP makes recommendations which are soft law, but which cannot be neglected for the persuasive force that they carry, and particularly for also the legitimacy of PAP members who may be able to carry the message of or the content of PAP recommendations at the national level. PAP has a comparative advantage, indeed, without downplaying the relevance of other AU organs, for instance, the Commission in Banjul. I always say that when you look at the petition process of the Pan-African Parliament, it will have less technicalities compared to the Commission, where you have a well-set admissibility requirements on which basis a petition could be simply rejected. And then being able to identify areas of engagement. Coming to PAP, the entry point is committees, and with the 9 thematic committees that we saw, civil society should be able in advance to identify which committee they should engage so that through the committee, their issues can land in plenary. Secondly, modalities of engagement. I'm happy that Madam Jamie was able to touch a bit on that, but civil society should think of long-term engagement rather than once-off engagement with the Pan-African Parliament. Secondly, engagement should be constructive rather than confrontational, as was said by the previous speaker. And civil society should also learn to accommodate parliamentary practice and protocols, because sometimes civil society organizations may just seek to come and address plenary, yet that may go against parliamentary practice and protocols. They need to go through a committee. Once the committee is convinced of the cause, then the committee will champion the cause in plenary. Thirdly, programming. Civil society programming is sometimes cross-pollinate with programming by the donors. And we expect that civil society should also be able to convince donors that PAP is indeed a significant and relevant space for engagement, and therefore be able to devise their program in such a way that they are able to engage with PAP in a more sustainable manner rather than in an ad hoc manner. Secondly, MOUs basically can seal that kind of sustainable engagement, but sometimes it also happens that once an MOU is signed, a civil society organization disappears, sometimes forever. Lastly, I thought to mention that engagement with PAP committees with civil society organizations can cover a wide range of issues, but my observation has been that PAP committees have been very receptive in relation to activities that are capacity building oriented and activities that are research support oriented. So civil society can think about it. And lastly, Mr. Moderator, strategic engagement would require that civil society be able to anticipate the PAP programs and agendas of plenary, because to be able to succeed in your engagement, if you are engaging PAP on issues that are not on its agenda, that are not on its priorities, and even the annual program, your issues might probably wait until PAP gets it into its priority. But also, it won't be bad for you to actually be able to engage so that the issues that you are bringing to PAP can now feature as one of the priorities of the Pan-African Parliament. Anticipating the needs and expectations of committees, I've touched on that, and also seeking to know PAP parliamentarians. Until now, the extent to which civil society know exactly who are parliamentarians, particularly from the countries they come from, that extent is probably minimal, and vice versa. But I think the duty lies mostly on civil society to try and find out who are PAP members. Of course, the Pan-African Parliament may have an obligation as a part of its information sharing to also share about membership as and when necessary. I note that last year, one of the recommendations made was to ensure that the list of PAP members is known to African citizens, and I think this is something we are working on. And lastly, I spoke about constructive proposals, but also when some decisions are made, including recommendations and resolutions, it does not end there. Sometimes PAP even needs civil society at that level of implementing its pronouncements. I have a conclusion in one sentence that PAP needs civil society as much as civil society needs the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that very insightful presentation. The chairperson of the Permanent Committee on Justice and Human Rights, honorable members, and Madam Clerk, we have a challenge. We are left with 25 minutes. for the presentations and for the dialogue, if we have to be faithful to the concept and the objective of this program. May I, with your permission, then suggest that let's have all the presenters make the presentations that they have, 5 minutes each. Then you probably note down areas where you have an issue or you want to have an intervention. And my colleague will then come to moderate the conversation. And the Honorable Chairperson has kindly agreed to be able to help us to identify the intervention that will be coming in from the honorable members so that we can identify, give priority to those presentations and this conversation. I am struggling and I've failed because time is the only deliverable of a facilitator. And I have failed on that deliverable. Is it possible that we, yes, sir.
I am representing the somewhere Kruger from Liberia. I would suggest it to be for 16 hours because the essence of us coming here is to understand and also make proper inputs on whatsoever deliverables. And quickly, once I'm privileged to speak, I just have a short reservation that I want to make. And this reservation is going to the chief clerk, and she should convey it to the leadership of this part. We observe that the programs that were set or being set up, they are breaches. People know they are not time conscious, the leadership doesn't come at an appropriate time. And more besides, we believe that before this session, there was a comprehensive planning that whosoever that may have a schedule elsewhere have changed and made sure that this identical forum is a forum that people continental-wide have come to attend. And so we observe these lapses and they need to work on it. It killed the spirit of our being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I want to defer this proposal to be managed from the high table and then get directive from the high table on how we proceed. Okay.
Thank you, Facilitator.
Yes.
My name is Honorable Tony Sibanze. I want to kind of object to the suggestion of the previous honorable member, but I concur with his second comment. The first one I'm objecting because we were here right on time as honorable members, and we have other duties to perform after the stipulated time. That's the first reason. The second one is that if we are in this plenary platform to hear the civil society, we need to balance time. The third reason is that these issues that are being debated here, I was part of the session last year, same date that is written, and we took a resolution as clearly articulated by the legal claimant right now, that before you came in, moderator, that Parliament works with committees. That's another core function of this Parliament. So there are committees within the Pan-African Parliament that are equally capacitated to listen to all these issues that are being addressed, because civil society is they're very important organs within democracy, but we need to balance facts as parliamentarians, and there are always two sides to a story. So at committee level, that is where those issues will be discussed If the civil society is bringing one matter, the committee is equally capacitated to call the other party to come and debate and hear the issues. They make recommendations, and then it comes into this plenary for discussion, adoption, or amendment. So I think in the interest of time, facilitator, we cannot prolong beyond the stipulated time, and we can refer any other submissions made to committees, and then we'll deliberate on them during the appropriate time at plenary. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We have two counter proposals, and okay. We can take what we can take before lunch. Because on the program, the allocated time is 3. The session was supposed to end at 1. So my concern was the session that we had at 1. And the chairperson, Clark, has taken into consideration the presentation, the proposal made. So we will proceed with what we can have now, the break for lunch, at the time when we're supposed to break for lunch. And what we can't take before lunch, we'll take it just immediately after lunch before the closing ceremony. I hope, Honorable, that is in line with the fact that it is the time that was set, and we are not extending that time, so we're trying to accommodate within the time that was set. Okay. And then the last modification is one of the presenters that was supposed to present last has a flight to catch. And he is asked, and I want to just give him the floor to make his own presentation now, and then before we can continue. So I have the honor to then invite Mr. Jagan Gray Johnson. He is the advocacy advisor with Open Society, and he is coming to talk to us about some of the issues around the African Free Continental Trade Areas and the related protocol. Jagan, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable MPs, the clerk and deputy clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, program director, dear colleagues. I wanted to talk to you this afternoon very briefly about the Africa Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA, in relation to the Freedom of Movement Protocol. My presentation, in the interest of time, is going to be 5 minutes or less, so I crave your indulgence for having to rush through this a little bit. Honorable MPs, I think we need to bear in mind that despite the adoption of the continental instruments governing free trade and free movement on the continent, barriers to movement of people still exist within the African continent, hindering economic growth and stifling potential for regional integration. The Continental Free Trade Movement Protocol, Protocol adopted by member states in 2018 has only achieved 4 ratifications as compared to the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has a near continental ratification of 47 countries. This is indeed a contradictory phenomenon, precisely because the engine that drives the growth and prosperity aspirations of the AfCFTA is people, and the Freedom of Movement Protocol is designed to complement and support the efficacy of the AfCFTA, which enjoys 85% ratification rate, compared to the Freedom of Movement Protocol, which is only at 7%, with only the following countries having ratified it, and they are namely Mali, Niger, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe. 2 out of these 4 countries that I've mentioned are currently under African Union sanctions due to the breaching of the Democracy Charter, Chapter 8 or Article 23. This reticence on part of member states, mainly rooted in untested assumptions about the adverse impacts of freedom of movement of people, continues to undermine both the political and economic integration of the AU agenda. Honorable members of Parliament, in 2017, a year before the Freedom of Movement Protocol was adopted, 55% of African countries obliged other African nationalities to obtain their visas before taking their flights. 25% of African countries authorized the issuance of visas upon arrival to travelers of other African nationalities, and 97% of African migration actually occurred on the continent, with only 3% of Africans attempting to migrate outside of the continent. Therefore, the implementation of the protocol will only evolve through three phases, namely, the right of entry and right of residence, of the right of establishment, and the introduction of the African passport adopted during the February 2019 AU summit, which is supposed to act as a major catalyst for the protocol, especially the right of entry. That is one thing that has been an aspiration and is something that African states must work tirelessly towards. Now, having said that, what are we proposing as non-state actors or civil society actors? As one of the members of the Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament has already mentioned, in terms of pathways towards engagement with the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that we bring into full force the Freedom of Movement Protocol. So one of the things that we are aiming to build on is to look at solidifying the previous efforts in this area by launching a member state advocacy and outreach program with the objective of achieving the 15 ratification threshold for the entry into the force of the Freedom of Movement Protocol by next year, 2025. And we want to dub this the 15 before 2025, Africans' freedom to move in Africa. There needs to be an anchor institution that is strategic in this mandate to deliver the state compliance to continental treaties and standards such as the FMP through the cross-pollination of intra-agency partnerships, for example, with ECOSOC, who are represented here, and also other strategic partners like the Pan-African Parliament, to drive the campaign of obtaining these 15 ratifications of the FMP by the end of 2025. What do we hope to achieve, and how do we hope to achieve this? One of the things that we wanted to do was to ensure that we had the highest possible impact through the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that this House continues to show its relevance to the African people, continues to consolidate its credibility, and also deploy its mandate as a Pan-African organ that is tasked with ensuring that there is compliance and implementation and respecting the AU norms and African standards. We also are hoping to ensure that by getting the Pan-African Parliament and Pan-African parliamentarians to be champions of this particular initiative, they are able to at least communicate at the national levels from which they derive their actual authority directly from the citizenry, to ensure that the freedom of movement is not only heard through rhetoric and through promises that have been made, but is actually delivered upon. And as a result, and this is the final point I wanted to make, Program Director, as a result, I believe, and ECOSOC also believes, that the Pan-African Parliament is uniquely placed and is probably the only Pan-African organ that has likely got the capacity, the capability, and also the urgent thrust to be able to ensure that those 15 ratifications happened. And my assumption is not based on guesswork, it's actually based on evidence. It's based on evidence and it's based on results, and it's based on a historical relationship that we've had with the Pan-African Parliament, probably for the last 15 years or so. Some of you may recall that the Democracy Charter in 2010 only had 4 countries that had bothered to ratify it. It was in this chamber, the well of this chamber, that we forged a partnership, a strategic partnership with the Pan-African Parliament 2011. It was met with a great deal of skepticism because the thinking was, for 4 years, you had only 4 countries bothering to ratify the Democracy Charter. How can you have 11 countries in 11 months to basically bring this thing into force? And it happened. We launched the campaign in 2010 in Kampala on the margins of the AU summit. And actually, in less than 11 months, within 9 months, we managed to get the ratification. And on February the 12th, I believe it was, or the 16th, 2012, the Democracy Charter came into force. And it is that principle or that standard that African states are measured by in terms of the delivery for elections and good governance, and also onto constitutional changes of government that we've seen on the continent sadly happening now. The sanction mechanisms, the suspension mechanisms, etc., these are our guiding principles that the continent basically looked towards in its march to democracy, peace, security, and stability. So I think in the same vein, the Pan-African Parliament has the moral obligation and also has the capacity to ensure that the freedom of movement of its citizens is not only guaranteed, but seen to be so. So I'm hoping that in the next couple of months, we should be able to work together to unveil this particular campaign. And hopefully by next year, when we meet here again to deliberate on some of these issues, we should be able to pat ourselves on the back and to say that at least what this House or what this organ has managed to do is to guarantee the free and safe movement of every man, woman, and African child on this continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. So we will then call on our next presenter, Mr. Lloyd Kuveathom. He's a Deputy Director, Center for Human Rights at the Faculty of Law at the University of Pretoria. And he will be giving us the dreams that civil society has with respect to the presentation that Mr. Clement made. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. The Clerk of Parliament, the Deputy Clerk of Parliament, the Chairperson of the Committee on Human Rights and Justice, the keynote speaker, Madam Majome, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, friends and colleagues from civil society and academia. All protocols observed. I want to thank Mr. Mavungu for his very insightful and comprehensive presentation on opportunities for engagement of the Pan-African Parliament by civil society. Instead of me repeating what he said, I'm going to just be a respondent and comment on some of those opportunities that he highlighted so that I don't bore this august house with repetition of the issues raised. And I will ensure that I do that within the 5 minutes allocated. Now, firstly, I want to thank the platform that the Pan-African Parliament has always made available for the development of model laws on the continent. And I think one of those model laws that the Pan-African Parliament was or is in the process of developing is the model law on gender equality, where civil society organizations were invited to participate and make a contribution. And as also mentioned, there are a number of model laws that have already been developed. And I think this platform must remain available for civil society so that we address some of the challenges that the continent is facing. Perhaps one of those challenges, and I hope this august House will take note of that is the issue of restrictions of civic space on the continent, which persists. Hopefully, civil society organizations will be able to engage the relevant committee and trigger, again, perhaps the development, the formulation of a model law that looks at civil society laws, because a lot of our countries sort of adopting laws that restrict civil society space. The second platform that Mr. Mavungu mentioned is engagement with the 9 technical committees. And I think I would like to urge us also as civil society to look at those committees that deal with a number of issues, including education, gender, youth, persons with disabilities, health, justice and human rights, and so on, that we identify them and know the committee members and the chairs of those committees so that we'll be able to effectively engage with them on relevant issues that we are working on as civil society organizations. Then the Civil Society Forum, I would also want to urge civil society organizations to participate in the Civil Society Forum, again as a platform for engagement where members of the Pan-African Parliament also do attend, and some of the committee members, so it's another platform I think as civil society we really should exploit and utilize to advance our causes. The fourth platform is this very platform, the Parliamentary Dialogue with Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum. I think I also want to commend the Pan-African Parliament for keeping its promise to institutionalize this platform. And this is the second from the one that we had last year. So just want to again express our gratitude as civil society that we have this particular platform to effectively engage the Pan-African Parliament. And I want to move on now to some of the areas where we think that we could increase participation of civil society and make it more effective, as perhaps recommendations. Firstly, I'm aware that the Pan-African Parliament has signed MOUs with a number of civil society organizations, but perhaps this might be civil society organizations that are doing work that resonates with the mandates and the functions of the Pan-African Parliament, but also have the relevant technical expertise to be able to deliver on commitments that are contained in the MOUs. I also wanted to suggest that perhaps because the Pan-African Parliament is saying that they want to promote the full participation of African people, grassroots organizations that might not have the technical expertise to be able to sign an MOU that's where they're expected to deliver on certain things. That perhaps it might be useful to have a platform where civil society organizations are status to increase participation. And I say so because we've seen this working quite well with the African Commission. Yes, some civil society organizations have not been granted observer status, but I think if that mechanism is implemented here, we could then increase the participation of civil society organizations, and civil society organizations will get to know more about the Pan-African Parliament through that process. It's always good to have that relationship that is formalized. Once the relationship is formalized, I think that engagement will become more effective in that regard. In terms of the informal processes that were suggested by Mr. Mavungu, I just want to also say that we would really want to urge the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that there is more information about the members of the Pan-African Parliament from each of our respective states, so that we know who they are. Yes, we'll be diligent perhaps to go to our respective national governments to find out who they are, but I think I have 1 more minute. But I think we would want the Pan-African Parliament to assist us in maybe having that information on the website of the Pan-African Parliament. And I mean, I've seen this with the African Commission as well, just to make a reference to the African Commission, where you know who members of a particular special mechanism are and who the chairperson is, and then you're able to develop that relationship, and then you then have effective engagement with the members. So this is something that we are really urging the Pan-African Parliament to do, so that it's easier to so engage. And again, more information in terms of the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. I would also want to urge the Pan-African Parliament to do that, so that perhaps civil society can know in advance and perhaps engage and say, look, we know that you are having this particular activity, we want to be involved, whether it is a consultative process where you are developing a model law and civil society would want to be involved. So I think greater dissemination of information from the Pan-African Parliament would also enhance our engagement and full participation in the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. I think I would like to end there. I've addressed a number of the recommendations that Mr. Mavungu raised in response. And I just want to say, really, let this particular process continue, where platforms are being made available to civil society for more effective engagement, so that we address some of the challenges that we are facing as a continent, as it is our collective responsibility. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. No, thank you so much for that. Then we'll move on to our next session, which is to give us an overview of the situation of peace, security, and human rights on the continent, the backdrop on which our conversation will take place. And to lead us in this conversation, I'll be welcoming to the podium Ms. Liz Van Roon, if I damaged your name, apologies, who is a senior advisor with the International Crisis Group, advising to the African Union, and she'll make a presentation on the overview of peace and security. The floor is yours, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good morning, honorable members, honorable clerk. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's really wonderful to be here and a privilege. I was at the very first PAP meeting in 2004, and I was thinking about that and how far we've come since then. It's wonderful to have this dialogue also, and everyone here has been working very hard to enable that. So I work for the International Crisis Group. We are focused mainly on peace and security, solving conflicts. We have offices across the African continent. We do research and provide recommendations to the suggestion by one of the members of briefing actually the committees rather than giving a broad overview here of all the issues. So or even in the question and answer session now, I'll be very happy to engage with any of the topics, but you know, we as the African continent, we are facing dire conflict, governance challenges, those linked to unconstitutional change of government, and a threat to regional integration, because we have 6 countries suspended from the African Union. We have 3 countries in West Africa who have declared that they want to leave ECOWAS. And so the African integration project is something that everybody in Addis and elsewhere are grappling with. But at the International Crisis Group, as I said, we focus on deadly conflict. We look at the Horn of Africa, Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, the Eastern DRC, Mozambique, and the Sahel countries. So all of these our analysts are engaged in on a daily basis to try and track what is happening on the ground, and how to solve it. And we really believe at Crisis Group that the African Union and its organs like the Pan-African Parliament and others are extremely important to solve conflict, especially in this juncture in history, where we have so many actors getting involved, so much geopolitical competition. And if you look at the issue in Sudan, which last year we were actually discussing here, it's so clear that there needs to be leadership from the continental organization to solve these dire conflicts, and that the African Union should actually lead. So, as I said, there are many conflicts we deal on, and we can address those, but just perhaps in 2 minutes to look at the situation in Sudan, because that's a dire conflict. We have 9 million people displaced outside of Sudan in various neighboring countries, and we have 5 million people who are facing starvation and this is one of the biggest conflicts that the African continent has actually had to face in the last few decades. I mean, there are many others, as you know, as well. But since we discussed it last year, we discussed support by African citizens, our different organizations, to help Sudan by ensuring the warring factions come together to get a ceasefire. So what has happened since then is the whole conflict have really spiraled out of control, and that we are now in the entire country looking at a civil war between the different communities. And for example, now we just published on Monday a big report on Al-Fasher, the situation there that is almost, we are back to where we were 20 years ago in Darfur. So in terms of the African Union, I don't want to say we have made many mistakes, but we have a lot of lessons to learn from April 2023 to today, how the African Union, its organs and its institutions have dealt with this. We had a meeting of African Union heads of state on the 27th of May, chaired by Uganda last year. Then we had, I know time is running out, but just very briefly, the chairperson of the African Union Commission putting together an expanded mechanism, including all the possible actors and role players of the African Union and others, then created a core group, which, looking back now, it was a good initiative by the African Union Commission chairperson, but members of the Peace and Security Council, which is the highest decision-making organ of the African Union, felt that it undermined their authority. And so you had all these parallel initiatives. And as I said, we are in a juncture on the continent where there are too many actors who think they can have influence. And so since then, things really almost derailed. We do grapple with subsidiarity when we try and solve conflicts. And as many of you know, so since May, IGAD, which is the regional organization in the Horn of Africa, IGAD members and heads of state had several engagements trying to bring the two warring parties and the belligerents in Sudan together. They tried up until December last year. It failed. And now we again in January, a high-level panel was appointed as the International Crisis Group. We are supporting them. But also the council met and has set up another series of initiatives to try and find a solution, because now, again, the Jeddah process that was led by the US and Saudi Arabia has run to ground. People are now in these last couple of days talking about a new Swiss process, but potentially. But we are now looking at a new high-level ad hoc presidential committee by heads of state of the Peace and Security Council led by Uganda. We're looking at an extraordinary summit of heads of state. And the African Commission on Human and People's Rights have been called upon to investigate what's going on in Sudan and recommend how to save lives and protect civilians in Sudan. So what do we as civil society have to offer, and what do we do, and how can we engage to be able to try and minimize and contain what is already an absolutely tragic situation on the African continent? So just as one example, as I said, we published this report on Al-Fashir. We sent copies of it that were advanced copies to all the member states of the PSC, all the ambassadors engaged with them. And then on Monday, I personally sent out a full report with its recommendations to all the members of the PSC. So we play a role behind the scenes trying to inform and make suggestions, because quite frankly, no one has the answers, as I've just outlined, to how to go about getting a face-to-face meeting, how to get a ceasefire in Sudan so that at least other processes can kick in. There are three, please, somebody tell me if I'm going over time. I just want to conclude. There are three ways that civil society organizations are trying to weigh in on the situation in Sudan. So like we do with research and recommendations, humanitarian organizations are trying to assist people. And then there are lots of civil society organizations who are trying to help with the political process, helping people who are displaced from Sudan, many in exile, to have meetings in Addis Ababa. There are two coming up now on the 15th of July, as well in Egypt. So pooling our energies, our clear message when it comes to Sudan and other conflicts is this: let's not pull in different directions. And it is very, very difficult in this context we are in, but that the African Union should lead and its organs should lead. And I'm sure the Pan-African Parliament can as well assist. I've just said that the PSC is asking for help from the African Commission. The APRM can play a role. The Pan-African Parliament can play a role. And if, for example, Pan-African Parliament members, that's another one of our advocacy points, can encourage their countries to also assist, for example, in paying their dues to the African Union and the Peace Fund, which is very close to its target of $400 million now. But we need a replenishment of that fund, because after all, that is how conflicts are going to be solved. You can fund trips by the Pan-African Parliament to conflict areas in conjunction with the PSC. So I can speak about Eastern DRC, about the Sahel, about Somalia, which is really something that I personally have been working on a lot, but I'm open to further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you so much for that insightful presentation. Now, from the overview with respect to peace and security, we will go into the overview with respect to the state of human rights, which is always a flip side. And Dr. Japhet Baigun from Amnesty International will come and give us that overview. Doc, you're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Remember Miamingi. I've been asked to provide an overview of the human rights situation in Africa, which, as you may know, is a daunting task. But I want to narrow it down to three specific things, three trends and patterns that we see across the continent. First is repression of dissent. Across the continent, unfortunately, criticizing governments remains risky and dangerous. There is many times brutal crackdown on freedoms of expression, assembly, and association, and particularly journalists, human rights defenders, activists, opposition members, and leaders are often targeted. It's more than 500 days, for instance, since Thulani Maseko in Eswatini was gunned down. It's almost also more than 500 days since Martinez Zogo, an anti-corruption journalist in Cameroon was gunned down last year in January. These are just two examples that tells us how repression of dissent might lead to deaths, and that those who stand up to government, those that speak out, face risk not only to their lives, not only to their limbs, but also to their lives. Most recently, for instance, just to give a more recent example, we have seen, of course, the crackdown and killing of peaceful protesters in Kenya. But here in our neighboring country, Zimbabwe, CCC, who was celebrating 16th June, for instance, were tear gas, have now been denied bail, expression and association, and affected by high food prices. The World Food Programme, for instance, last year said that 78% of Sierra Leoneans had food insecure. In South Sudan, 5.83 million people last year were food insecure. And violations and abuses of socioeconomic rights cast also, for instance, on a right to education. In the Sahel region, thousands of children are unable to go to school because of conflict. And forced evictions. Many governments, unfortunately, across the continent, conduct forced evictions in the name of developments, rendering many people and hundreds of people their right to housing being violated. The third and last point that I want to raise is backlash against gender justice. We know that when we met here last year, we were celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Maputo Protocol, and that developments have been made, progress has been made across the continent. In DRC, there was the passing of a bill on intimidation and stigmatization of women. In Sierra Leone, there was a law that was passed to ensure that 30% of women are given public positions. Here in South Africa, there was a progress towards trying to curb gender-based violence by passing through a bill for public comment. But still, there are many gender discriminatory practices that are entrenched in our communities that needs to be addressed. Two of these is, of course, female genital mutilation and early marriages. And just to give us two extreme examples that just shows us the level of abuse and the violations. In Sierra Leone, a 2-year-old baby died last year after being subjected to female genital mutilation. In Niger, a 16-year-old girl, Nazira had to commit suicide so as to escape forced marriage in her country. Just two examples that shows us the depth of things, of the discrimination that we need to address on the continent. And in this regard, on these three specific issues, where does the Pan-African Parliament come in? We want to suggest that the Pan-African Parliament should use its structures and modalities of engagement with the African Union and member states to call on African governments to do the following. First, ask governments to end the harassment and intimidation of journalists, human rights defenders, activists, opposition members, and leaders, and ensure that there is immediate and unconditional release of those that have been arbitrarily detained. Secondly, ask governments to bolster their efforts to address socioeconomic hardships, ensuring that resources are made available to meet the minimum core obligations of governments to ensure that the right to food, water, health, and education are guaranteed for their populations. Thirdly, that governments must ensure or enhance their support for gender justice, tackle discrimination against women, and perhaps more importantly also, prioritize programs and measures to address gender-based violence. And finally, that governments must conduct independent, impartial, effective investigations into allegations of human rights violations and abuses and hold perpetrators to account. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and the straight concrete recommendations. Prof, you will have the last say, and may I ask that you do the two presentations together, the one on the protocols and the campaign on election before we intervene. Prof is the director, the Center for Human Rights at the Faculty of Law at the University of Pretoria. He is my professor and my supervisor, so I had to make the introduction. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I stand on all the existing protocols, and I'm aware that I'm perhaps the last speaker between us and lunch. So I'll really try to be brief. Fortunately, the first point I want to talk to is the involvement of the Pan-African Parliament in the ratification, advancement, and acceleration. Fortunately, the previous speaker who spoke about the freedom of movement protocol made the substantive argument. I want to, in a sense, just add a footnote to that argument, focusing on human rights. As we all know, the primary human rights treaty in Africa is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. It's been ratified by all states in Africa except Morocco. But there are 6 protocols to this African Charter, and each of them only requires 15 states, 15 out of 54, to ratify for that protocol to enter into force. However, only 2 out of these 6 protocols are in force. The one that is in force, as we know, is the protocol that creates the court, and the other one that is in force is the Maputo Protocol on the rights of women. I think in terms of the court protocol, what is important to raise is the most direct way in which African people can access the court is if the state party to the court protocol has made a particular declaration, the Article 34.6 declaration. Regrettably, only 8 states at the moment has such a declaration in place. So I think that is an area in which much awareness has to be raised and emphasis be placed. As far as the other 4 protocols are concerned that are not in force, they deal with the rights of older persons, with the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa, the rights of citizens to social assistance and social security, and with nationality and statelessness. Now, obviously, these are very, very important issues to the people of Africa. But the main reason why I think one should make the argument that these protocols need to be ratified is because these rights are already implicit in the African Charter. They are not new rights. They merely spell out what is contained in the African Charter, which the states have already ratified, in greater detail. So the plea is to the Pan-African Parliament as an institution to continuously raise awareness and call on all member states to do the ratifications which they have not yet done. And secondly, at the national level, to engage at the parliamentary level and in the societies on your state's non-ratification of these treaties. And in this regard, we as civil society pledge to assist in developing capacity in order for ratification toolkits that are informative and make a concise argument to be available in all the languages and would assist you in taking these challenges forward. As the moderator said, on the agenda there is another issue that I will briefly introduce, and that takes us to the potential role of the Pan-African Parliament in the involvement in election of the leaders of the human rights institutions in Africa. Now, an initiative called the Arusha Initiative was recently launched, and that is a CSO-led continental-wide movement that tries to focus on a transparent, participatory, and merits-based system of nomination at the national level and of selection at the African Union level of the members to the African Union's human rights bodies. So here we talk about the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. We do this because we are also inspired by what the African Union has done at the level of the AU Commission, and if I have the word correctly, Mjadala, Swahili word for dialogue, for discussion. We have seen that the process of election at the highest level has also become much more transparent and merits-based. We feel that in terms of those people responsible for adjudicating human rights at the regional level, a similar process should be followed. At the moment, regrettably, at the national level, the systems are very opaque and very difficult to permeate because the selection, the nomination at the national level usually is done by the executive without any knowledge of society in general and without the note verbal that comes from the African Union being disseminated and being a topic of discussion at the national level. And at the AU level itself, the selection by the Assembly or the Executive Council has also been shrouded in relative secrecy. There is no discussion at the continental level. There's very, very little awareness of these processes as they unfold. Our plea, therefore, is for the Pan-African Parliament as members of Parliament at the national level to engage where you can, and also ensure that the adoption of operational guidelines or perhaps a model law that will guide states about how the ideal national procedure for the nomination of these members of the African Court, the Commission, and the Committee should look like. We believe that once these processes are institutionalized at the national level, there is a much greater likelihood of greater participation, awareness, and ultimately ensuring that Africa's people are much more included in the processes that matter and that will eventually give them a sense of ownership of the African Union as the PAP protocol proclaims. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. So we've come to the end of the presentations. Yes, Lord, the floor.
Yes, Chair, sorry, thank you. I just want to rise on a point of procedure, if you'll allow me, Chair. There's a proposal that was raised by the Honorable. In fact, I think he raised two motions. The first one, we entertained it and said, okay, well, we won't extend the time. However, he did raise a very critical point, and based on what he's saying, Chair, I'm worried that when we reconvene after this lunch, the room will be half full. Because the weather is quite entertaining for one to go home, and it's Saturday today. So I just want to make a proposal, just based on what he said. That the second motion was that perhaps maybe we can engage the leadership to open a platform for civil society in those committee sessions. So maybe if it's possible, just to engage leadership that should we return and we can see that the people we want opportunity for civil society to make certain statements within those committee sessions. I'm saying this because I think I've been trying to engage the Justice Chairperson during these sessions, and I thought this would be a good platform, but now because of time, we won't be able to give our advances. So if it's possible that you can engage the leadership to allow us to maybe communicate to us the agendas of the committee and see if we can have any AOPs that can be added so that civil society can make statements.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for those important points. I was just about to make few announcements actually, and one of them is that
Citizens are suffering and they're angry. And if you see my country in the last week, they're in the streets saying that they have had enough. How do we engage you as representatives of the different peoples, the different citizens in our countries? How do we engage you in your role of making decisions on problems and challenges facing the continent? Thank you. So it is my privilege to call upon President. It is my privilege to call upon the chairman of the Permanent Committee of Justice and Human Rights to give his address. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, merci. Thank you very much. It's a great privilege for me and an honor to be able to join you this morning and to be among organizations of civil society. Thank you very much for the great contributions that you have made, and thank you for this opportunity to exchange. It is wonderful to be together, and I think that we have all understood that we have a huge task ahead of us as parliamentarians and as civil society. Unfortunately, I cannot speak too loudly this morning because I have a member of our team who has fallen ill, and I was awake most of the night. Myself feeling a little bit ill. I really enjoyed listening to all the presentations, the content of which was extremely rich. And our committee is not the only committee present here today, and we are not the only committee that have a big role to play to ensure that model laws are produced and to ensure that our respective countries have the necessary legislation to ensure that our populations have a better life. This morning, we spoke about the resources that are necessary for PAP to be able to do its job. And we have several protocols that need to be ratified for the work of the PAP to really take effect. You as civil society, as well as MPs, you as civil society can really assist us to ensure that our countries ratify these protocols that are so important. It's not just the Pan-African Parliament and the MPs of the Pan-African Parliament who can do that job. We all need to make concerted efforts to ensure that these protocols are ratified. I would also like to ask civil society to continue playing their role. There are many organizations in civil society that have helped us to, for example, draft model laws. And we really would like to encourage you to continue working with the Pan-African Parliament. It would be wonderful for us to continue this collaboration to produce further model laws that can be very beneficial for our member states. The Committee on Justice and Human Rights has listened attentively to the presentations. As I said earlier, other committees are present here today and are also involved in securing the rights of women, the rights of children, the right to education. And so there are many committees of the Pan-African Parliament that need your support and contribution to be able to make these strides forward. This morning, requests were made for PAP to keep civil society informed of what is taking place at the PAP and the issues of the day. We do have a platform, we do have a website where information is made available and published, but we will make further efforts to share this information specifically with civil society. There are organizations in civil society that have not yet formed relationships, that have not yet worked with the Pan-African Parliament that we really would like to work with. And so we would like to encourage you to bring them in and encourage them to make contact with us so that we can work together in the future. Thank you very much for being here to be able to exchange and to discuss these issues. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Sir. It is now my pleasure to moderate a dialogue on the issues that we have raised here this morning. I am reliably informed that lunch will be ready at 2:30. We have some time until then to engage. We have some time until then to engage in a conversation and dialogue on the issues that have been raised. I will be working with Honourable Chairman of the Justice Committee to help identify speakers. Yes.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's moderator or chair of the session, but yeah, I think that kind of statement to say lunch will be ready at 2:30, I think it requires an apology, because we're hungry.
Yes.
And it's difficult to talk and think when you're hungry. So maybe let's apologize to the House that lunch is not ready at the prescribed time. And then
Sincere apologies. I'm not working with the service providers. I just received the information myself, but I really apologize on behalf of the service providers for the delay in the lunch. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdi Samatar from Somalia. I have a couple of concerns about the presentations this morning. The first one is the idea of a civil society is very broad, and all kinds of agendas can get to the African Parliament through that without any filter, to be blunt. For instance, I have read virtually all the reports that the International Crisis Group has produced on Sudan and Somalia for the last 20-some odd years. And what stuns me here is that the International Crisis Group is part of the crisis itself. Let me give you an example. In 2007, the International Crisis Group produced a report which claimed that the Union of the Islamic Courts, which defeated the warlords in Somalia, were sending troops to Lebanon to fight Israel. It was false. They have never apologized for that. The kind of ideas they use in packaging their reports is also very partisan. So I will urge the leadership of the Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, to be very particular in screening out those organizations that are genuinely civic, and then those organizations that are partisan or either funded by outsiders who have a particular agenda for Africa. That's the first one. The second one is some of the material that has been distributed to us this morning. An example of that group is the Open Society, which claims to be part of civil society. So if civil society becomes everything and all things, then as parliamentarians, we have no way of knowing how to filter what's real and what's not real, what's pro-African and what's not pro-African, what's an agenda from outside this continent that's partisan in nature and what's not. So I will urge the House and the leadership of the House to make sure that the kind of civil society organizations that come on board with us are actually people who are credible enough from the vantage point of the interests of our continent. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other comments? Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry, I did not see.
Oui, Honorable President.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. I would firstly like to say that this is a very important dialogue between parliamentarians and civil society. We are representatives of our populations, and civil society are the organizations that work very closely with our people and our communities. I have a few concerns, though. As a West African MP and a Francophone MP, I have noticed that there is almost no representation of civil society from Francophone Africa present at this dialogue. And this is a perfect opportunity to be able to connect MPs with civil society organizations. And so I would like to make an appeal that for future dialogue, the various civil societies of different regions are included. The second concern that I would like to raise is the fact that we are now in our second dialogue with civil society. And we should be at the stage where we can speak frankly about the issues of the day on our continent. Civil society and MPs play important roles in what is happening on the continent. We have spoken about the various crises, including the democratic crises across the continent currently, and we need to be able to speak freely about them. And we need to talk about the democratic systems that we have, whether or not we need to revise or reform these democratic systems, whether we need something else. Why do we have so many crises on the continent? Are these systems working? These are the kinds of questions that we need to be asking ourselves and discussing between MPs and civil society. We've spoken about human rights this morning, and I think that the Commissioner for the Human Rights Commission of Zimbabwe spoke about this. We need to find out how we can work in a more efficient manner closer to the people of this continent. We also spoke about food security on the continent. This is an absolutely important issue. We are going through a drought in certain regions, where food is scarce, and we need to work out how together we can find solutions for this type of crisis. Lastly, I would like to share some information with the House. We spoke about a protocol, the protocol on people with disabilities. This protocol exists since March 2023 and has not been ratified by all countries, but the good news is that we finally have enough ratifications for this protocol to enter into force. And the Pan-African Parliament has played a very important role in ensuring that governments ratify this particular protocol. So it shows you what can be done. And I would also like to reassure the civil society organizations here present that we work with civil society, and we want to work with civil society to be able to address the concerns of civil society and MPs. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Chad.
Our MP from Chad.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and I'd like to thank all the speakers who spoke on such important themes this morning. I'd also like to laud the cooperation and collaboration between civil society and the Pan-African Parliament. This is becoming more and more necessary day by day. Parliamentarians and government cannot work without civil society. Civil society are like the police keeping an eye on human rights and ensuring that democracy exists and is possible for all citizens on the continent. Civil society organizations are often those who are able to shine a light on situations and ring the alarm bells to draw our attention to important issues. So yes, we have addressed some important themes this morning, but not all important themes have come up yet. And as my colleague said earlier, we should not be afraid to say certain things to one another to address these issues. There are countries that have not yet ratified certain protocols because certain countries are still stuck in a colonial history. And civil society has a huge role to play to bring our attention to various matters. We earlier spoke about the situation in the Ukraine and the wheat crisis that was experienced by the world. And we did not speak about, in actual fact, we have these resources in Africa. We don't need the Ukraine. We're not dependent on that. We have the resources, we have the means to be able to supply our populations and others. Then there is the war in Sudan, and we know that there is outside interference to divide Sudan and to divide the Sudanese people, and we must be able to speak about this kind of situation. Civil society should be able to shine a light on what is going on in Sudan. and in the Middle East, in Gaza, in Palestine. We're very proud of what South Africa has done. South Africa has spoken out, and civil society should be speaking out too. Your role is to ensure that each African citizen is able to enjoy their democratic rights on the continent. But we cannot have true democracy if we do not have information and if we have people who are threatening our peace, our security, and our democracy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Amina.
Honorable Amina.
شكرا السيد الرئيس لإعطائي الفرصة.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me the floor. I don't have a question, but I do have some comments to make with regards to the need to develop our relationship with civil society, the relationship between parliamentarians and civil society. Civil society plays an extremely important role with regards to promoting democracy. And we have seen and we know that civil society is working very closely with our populations and with our communities. Civil society has a role to play in terms of drafting and developing legislation and in terms of sensitizing and educating the population as to their rights. So we need to strengthen the ties between MPs and civil society, because this will allow us to promote the cooperation between the two parties. And I would also like to say that it is critical that we hold sessions where we have national assemblies inviting civil society in to discuss important issues of the day, things that affect civil society, issues that civil society want to bring to the attention of parliamentarians. And civil society can be a voice for the citizens. And of course, as I said earlier, participate in drafting and developing legislation, and civil society can sensitize the population and educate the population with regards to what is being done by the parliament with regards to their rights. So we must bring civil society and the national parliaments together. I believe that in so doing we will achieve better results and we will be able to move forward on the continent. I would like to therefore remind this August House that the role played by civil society is terribly important, and we cannot deny this role when we are talking about building our continent, developing our continent, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, creating a continent that is united and strong. Therefore, I would like to make an appeal to everyone in this room to play their part in ensuring that civil society gets to play their role in our respective states. I'd like to conclude by thanking all the presenters for the very clear, rich, and interesting speeches. And all of these presentations should help to strengthen the role of civil society in Africa. Thank you.
Nous allons d'abord terminer de ce côté.
So we will, the civil society also will take the floor later on after the parliamentarians. Yes, you, yes. Please, Honorable.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be part of the sitting of this House. I am a member of a civil society organization. My name is Sihle Sibisi, and I am the founder of an organization called Kwanele Foundation, which is based here in South Africa, and we advocate and stand against gender-based violence and femicide holistically. I want to actually applaud the Pan-African Parliament for having such a session for civil society organizations, and for you recognizing and acknowledging that it is paramount that civil society organizations and parliamentarians need to work together. One honorable member was standing up there and he spoke about the issue of a 2-year-old child in Sierra Leone who passed away because of FGM, female genitalia mutilation. And he also alluded to the fact of a 16-year-old in Niger who had to escape because of forced marriage. Now, this is a huge concern, and I also want to applaud Honorable Miriam, who emphasized that civil society organizations should not be silenced. Civil society organizations should not be made to be afraid to actually speak truth of what is happening on the ground, because we are the ones that you find that we know more than what parliamentarians could possibly know in the moment. African Union and the member states, I believe, they do need to solidify, and I believe it is a solid relationship, but the amplification of ending gender-based violence in Africa as a whole is lacking. You find that there are journalists who are being abused in certain countries. Their voices are being silenced. They are not being allowed to speak as freely as they could regarding issues of gender-based violence or any abuse that's happening in their countries. Issues of social, economic hardships. The rights to water, food, and education. These are things that should not even be debatable. We should make sure that when civil organizations say, parliamentarians, there's a crisis on the ground, it shouldn't even be debatable. There should be action on the ground, because if there's no action and we want to debate before it's done, that means we're doing injustice to the people on the ground. Finally, enhancing programs of gender-based violence and femicide, human rights, and making sure that perpetrators are held accountable holistically in Africa as a whole. I tend to always make the example that when Africa or the world at large was hit with the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa and the world at large was able to make sure that education was enhanced, be it through television, be it through print media, be it through radio. As a result, even people in the rural areas, people in areas that are poverty-stricken, they knew about the virus and they knew that what they had to do and what not to do. That is why we are saying, can we please implement and amplify and enhance programs of gender-based violence and femicide in Africa so that we can strive for a gender-based violence and femicide-free Africa for all. I thank you.
Madam, Miss.
Yes, Honorable, and then Honorable Lady, and then
Let me first of all extend my thanks and appreciation to this August body for the level of calm, gesture, and insightful information being provided to us. We want to appreciate the human rights, civil society, the legal council, professors, all of the speakers today. But our concern has been drawn to few issues as follow. One, the lawyer spoke about some measures taken in some African countries by placing ban on them based on some unscrupulous acts that took place within their country, such as West Africa, I think 3 countries and other countries he talked about. And then he also, the professor talked about the issue of ratification, that other countries have ratified some of the protocols within AU and other hasn't done that. And then we also realized that the civil society group that spoke and the human rights, our anticipation from the civil society group, owing to the fact that their function and the diction that create the institution, they serve as a watchdog among the human populates. There were no empirical facts setting or shown by the civil society, such as some activities that are unwholesome that will occur in any of the advocacy for this August body to take notes and to see how best they can approach the situation. But they only talk about how they can work with the PAC. So, the councillor, sir, having recommended and also said that PAC has a link with the regional body. And he also said that we don't have full-scale legislative functions to have an oversight and enforce legally. As a councillor, what could be the solution that will end the problems to give the full-scale power to PAC to serve as a regulatory body on a continent? For instance, in every given country, they have oversight responsibility over budget, and they make appropriation. And PAP having been one of the biggest legislative body on the continent, what do you think we can put into place so that we
Monsieur, il faut songer aux autres. Honorable, we must think of others. We must think of others as well. In terms of time, thank you.
Okay, to conclude, sir, we urge the civil society and the human rights groups that they should be so informative to the PAP so that we'll be able to have an instrument that will enhance our function. Thank you.
Oui, madame.
Yes, madam, honorable member. Yes, yes.
My name is Noma Tamsang Mamasiko Mpaka. I am a researcher from Human Rights Watch. And I just want to make a very quick submission, and this relates to kind of the earlier conversation around harmful, discriminatory gender practices. And I think often when we're talking about these practices in Africa, often we're talking about the issue of child marriages and the issue of female genital mutilation. But I want to submit to the House also another sort of forgotten aspect of these discriminatory practices, and that is the issue of forced and coerced sterilization of women living with HIV. And I've been at the helm of this research in South Africa, and we've been seeing this practice also quite widespread, not only in South Africa, but in other countries such as Kenya, in Lesotho, and in Namibia. And I think this issue, it goes beyond just being a gender discriminatory practices. It also tantamount to torture, cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment. It also forms part of being obstetric or medicalized violence, and I feel like this House is important to note this, and we hope as an organization that we'll have an opportunity, if not at this session, perhaps at the next session, to engage the Permanent Committee on Gender, on Youth, and People with Disabilities. Thank you.
Honorable Tony, you have the floor.
I really appreciate you giving me the floor. I know you are so much pressed for time already. Honorable members have been sitting here for quite some time. I'll be very brief, Honorable Chairperson. I want to write on to the submissions made by the Honorable member from Somalia, and there's another Honorable member, I think, from West Africa, on that we as Pan-African Parliament, we embrace and we appreciate the efforts that have been done to date to have these dialogues with the civil society within, so that as continental legislators, we are made aware of what's happening on the ground. Again, secondly, the civil society being an important structure within democracy, is that they actually advocate for advocate on the welfare and the needs of the very same people that we represent here in Pan-African Parliament. So we need to work together and for the development of the people of the continent. But my concern, Honorable Chairperson, is that I don't know how moving forward, you understand that this is a second session with the civil society. Perhaps we need to have this kind of an engagement. I will recommend that we have this type of a meeting after deliberations have been made at committee levels where all these issues are raised. I want to write on to the recommendation that was made last year, so that when we come here, maybe the chairpersons of those committees where certain areas raised by the civil society are addressed can come here and present and say, okay, fine, we've had this matter from the civil society, that is fine. If maybe it's an issue of, there's a good word used by Honorable Jesse Majome from Zimbabwe. He says accusatorials, you know, so that we strike the balance to try and ascertain and verify and validate these issues which are raised by the civil society. Because we really need to work together with them. But of course, there's not every information that is brought before us as parliamentarians that we have to take to plenary. So we need to make sure that we validate these issues. And also there are two sides to a story. You see, maybe there is an accusatorial on another area. The committee then will have to call the other party to say, this is what has your country done in this regard. So when it comes to plenary, the committee comes with those recommendations, and it will be much more easier in that regard. Having submitted that, Honorable Chairperson, in the interest of time, I just want to find your guidance as to, there are 3 reports that we got for the purpose of this meeting. All the other 2 have been used for the purpose of this workshop, but there is another report which is actually very, very concerning to me. I don't know for what purpose was it circulated. The title is Recommendations by Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum, PAP CSO Forum, presented to Pan-African Parliament on the occasion of the parliamentary dialogue between PAP and PAP CSO forums on 19 May 2023. It's written recommendations, and the recommendations are written down here. But I remember very well when this was presented, it was not kind of accepted or endorsed by the members of parliament who were present in the forum on the same date. The decision that we took was that let these suggestions or recommendations by the civil society be taken to the committees so that the committee can committees relevant can then come back and submit. So it is now being circulated, and we feel they are damning accusations or what is called accusatorials, which are being here. And the intention was that at that committee level, all those other parties will be called to present their case, so that before this document is circulated to the members of parliament, it is balanced and it says both sides of the story. So I just want to find out, for what purpose has this document been presented to us? And should it be withdrawn, or what is the reason for this document? Because once it's presented before us, it means it's for either information purposes or it must be discussed or whatever. Thank you, Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I appreciate your time.
Okay, so this is why we are here. If there are recommendations which have not been implemented, then accepted, then it will be for the participants to reject them. Otherwise, they've done their work. It is up to us to reject them. We will continue our discussion and give the floor now to Madam the Honourable. Yes, please.
Opportunity. My name is Emmanuel. I work in the civil society sector representing women and youth, specifically with also a focus on capacity building for nonprofit organizations. I want to start off by commending the Pan-African Parliament for this initiative, but also for highlighting and understanding the importance of civil society organizations in driving the developmental goals of member states forward. Although there's been a lot of emphasis on the importance of civil society, a proposition I would like to make is that there be increased investment beyond the toolkit that was created and other initiatives in capacity building for these civil society organizations, especially because these grassroots organizations are key to driving development and because the Pan-African Parliament values the contributions that civil society organizations make towards this institution. So I'd like to propose for increased capacity building, and I would also like to propose that organizations come alongside the Pan-African Parliament to co-create what a capacity building program could look like and how we could make it more effective within this context. Thank you.
Oh, no? Okay. Mr. William Karu, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for giving me the floor. Allow me to start by indicating that it is imperative to know that the African Union established these organs to give meaning to the people-centric vision of the AU as a people-centered and a people-driven institution. I am also aware of the fact that there is an unstructured working relationship between civil society organizations and policymakers in many contexts. The role of civil society to hold government accountable is fundamental, especially looking at the aspects of civil society complementing government effort in development processes. Dissenting views, in my view, are welcome in democracy, and for me, I like the atmosphere, I like the tempo for us to have an open, frank, and transparent conversation to hold each other accountable so that civil society are able to hold their policymakers accountable, but at the same time, where they have views or concerns, they are able to express those views and concerns. This is why the AU established these two organs to forge strong partnership between civil society and government to ensure that this relationship works in a symbiotic manner. We need to develop a constructive working relationship between civil society organization and policymaker. There is no other way. The issues that are raised by civil society organization affect the whole of society, of which the whole of society, whether you are on the ruling side or you're on the follower side, you are part of the whole of society. If the followers that we refer to as the citizenry are not there, there will be no rulers, there will be no policymakers. And if the policymakers, and these policymakers are coming from the citizenry, so it means we have to work together. We should engage more.
There is nothing wrong in having different views. It is the basis of working within an institutional framework like this. So I would like to conclude by repeating the analogy of the coin that I gave this morning. A coin has two sides. That two sides simply means in this context, the citizens and their leaders. That coin represents the whole of society. Without either the head or the tail, there will be no coin. And therefore, the society we're talking about today, there will be no society. The rulers or the policymakers will have no followers if we don't find ways and means of working together. So, in conclusion, we have to work together. Having said that, I would like to recommend for this wonderful initiative, in my view, to be jointly organized with the African Union ECOSOC, which is an organ of the AU that facilitates direct interface with citizens and policymakers. We can be able to work within an institutional framework to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I ask other civil society organizations if they'd like to make an intervention, kindly, Honorable MP from Somalia, you have the floor.
I want to plead with my colleagues from the Pan-African Parliament to read the following book. It's called White Malice, published by a British scholar. And it's about the way in which foundations in the West in particular, and not only the West, but the West in particular, have dealt with this continent from the 1950s, pretending they are humanitarians, but getting their agenda. And this particularly focuses on Lumumba's Congo and Nkrumah's Ghana. Why am I raising this question? We are parliamentarians who represent the people of Africa. The civil society groups we are going to meet with should be civil societies who are African, because it's they we represent. But what I have observed over the last 2 years, it's an open forum where anybody can get in who claims to be civil society from Europe, North America, or wherever else, and then get their licks here and get their agendas. Who supports these organizations who are coming to us? Is it Africans who are supporting it, or is it others who have a different agenda that's supporting this? So I plead with my colleagues here, and the AU in particular, broadly speaking, that we reflect the interests of the people of Africa and the particular countries that we all come from. Otherwise, what that book says is that there are these humanitarian agencies and foundations and so on and so forth, but they have a particular agenda that may not be African and may not be civic. I hope the leadership of this parliament will take that issue on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MP. Are there any other? Yes, please, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair and the session host. My name is Michael. I'm a citizen of Uganda, and mine is a call that we need as citizens to see the Pan-African Parliament at our countries, at the national levels. Public participation is very key. I don't know how many citizens in our countries know that actually we have the Pan-African Parliament, members of Parliament. It is very important because the citizen is central. We are the African Union as citizens. So it is very important that the citizens at the national levels are not just being participated, but they are participating in the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other? Yes, ma'am.
Just a short intervention. I think I would illustrate on what the gentleman has just mentioned. Not only do they not know about the Pan-African Parliament, but traveling within the African continent is quite a challenge. I come from the Gambia, and it's surrounded in all three sides by Senegal, except on the side that the Atlantic Ocean. But even if I want to fly to Senegal, which is only a 20-minute flight, I would have to go to, either I go to Lomé, which is like 4.5 hours flight, or I go to Morocco, or it takes me 10 hours to drive to Senegal with a very strict immigration control. I think before we sit here and talk about the articles that promote free movement, integration, we should look at opening our borders. I was reading an article this morning, and it says by the ASCI managing director that every airspace that ASCI passes through, they have to pay a minimum of $2,000. And if we are calling for integration, if we are calling for free movement, I think we should look at those restrictions that restrict our members. I've spoken to some people that said that they had to spend the night at the Senegalese border because they got there just before midnight, and the border closes at midnight. Are we integrated really? I think we truly need to look into that before we call for integration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. I have been to Banjul a number of times, and the challenge is real in terms of getting to Banjul. Oh, yes, Honourable Sir at the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Welcome Lamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm following up on a submission by my fellow colleague from Eswatini, Honourable Sbanze, on this document here that has been circulated. And I heard the chair there saying that we have options to either adopt or reject. So I'm moving that we reject this document for purposes of it going to, the issues raised here going to the relevant committees before they are then submitted to the House, mainly because of the accusatory nature of the contents in this document, and also because of the sacrosanct principle that there's always two sides to a coin. I hereby submit here.
Okay. Les recommandations que vous avez vues. The recommendations which you have seen here, and have just been informed that these are not recommendations which we are going to adopt. But if you have seen anything that does not suit you, then you can point it out. So the recommendations will require time, and the recommendations are not part of our agenda in order for us to adopt them. So if there has been any mistake, yes, you did well raising this point next time. The recommendations, we cannot draft recommendations which have not, we cannot adopt recommendations which have not been adopted here, which have not been presented to us. But you did well by pointing out and mentioning this aspect.
Thank you, Chairperson.
So these are recommendations that date back to 2023. Just for your reference. Thank you. One has to express disagreement last year. Madam, you have the floor. Just beside Tony. Madam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Sbongle member from Eswatini. I just want to emphasize that this report was rejected, and was rejected in May 2023. So it's better not, we still reject it even now. It must be taken to the committees.
Je pense que les gens qui font le rapport ont déjà bien.
People who are preparing the report have taken note of this.
they have taken note of the fact that the audience is not satisfied with the recommendations contained in the document distributed this morning. So you have the right to take the floor. So what are we going to do? Maybe someone who hasn't taken the floor yet, perhaps at the back there, you, madam.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I also would like to express my appreciation to the speakers, the experts that have really helped the House to see the situation on the ground in our countries. My name is Colette Letlojane, and I'm with the Human Rights Institute of South Africa. And I don't think that I have more information about the document that we are now speaking about. My understanding is if you reject information, it must be based on a fair process. We should be having an open conversation, a discussion about what it is that we are unhappy, and if there has been any rejection, we need to be informed about the issues that dictate that makes us to be unhappy or to reject the process. But I was intervening here based on the earlier conversation. I was very inspired by the Honorable from Zimbabwe, who really emphasized the significant role of civil society, looking at the struggles of the liberation struggles, where the civil society has been very vital. And for her to even, recommend that, we need to be having to reflect on some of the best practices, the flaws, what is it that we can draw from there so that we unite the continent. And then also, I want to congratulate PAP for it being able to ensure that access to the facility here is possible. Unlike other institutions where an organization needs to be formalized, an organization must be registered. So here I really want to congratulate, and we need to ensure that people of the region participate or come to the platform without being restricted. We see that there's restriction of others that we feel that they are harmful or they are bringing, they are degrading the Pan-Africanism. I think we need to have a dialogue as well to speak about some of the reason behind why some of civil society in the continent continue to be excluded. The last point on GBV, this one, I thank you very much for really highlighting what's going on. But if you look in the African Union itself, there has been investigations of sexual, gender-based violence as well. We do not have a policy at the African Union. Based on the information we learn about development of models, I think maybe we could look at how we can assist, the civil society can assist in developing a sexual violence policy. We do not have policies even here, we've seen how that kind of violation of women in our own Pan-African Parliament. I think I do totally agree with our honorable from Zimbabwe that let us come down to our own values and then seek out positive results. And those positive results will take us to another level than to be seen as failures who are not making progress. So Pan-African Parliament, we cannot say much more except to say that we congratulate you and continue engaging us as a civil society.
Madame.
Thank you.
Finalement, la société civile.
So, civil society and the Pan-African Parliament, we obviously have the same genes. We talk too much. I saw a raised hand at the back. It was a lady, and it will be the last speaker. So let's give the floor to the experts. Good day, dear parliamentarians and invited guests. I am at university, and during my research, I noticed that there were many obstacles to democracy in Africa. For example, poverty, the political conscience comes last, and also the issue of education is a big one, is a big issue in Africa. There is brain drain. And then we also have the situation of corruption, which is a big obstacle to democracy in Africa, as well as adhering to human rights. I have a few suggestions. Strengthening purely African political ideas, recognizing our history. We know that the European Union has the tendency to come to Africa to say that they will defend democratic values. So do we have our own approach in terms of democracy? What is democracy for Africans? What are democratic values for African people? We also need to rely on the collegial system. We are not individualists. We have extended families. We have to adopt a collegial approach. And also social engineering is very important. Democracy is there. We have our own customs, our own culture, and that is what I believe. Thank you.
We have run out of time. I have been reliably informed that my brief is over. I'd just like to say thank you very much for the conversations. I hope that this dialogue can continue into the future. We have all acknowledged that it is very important for Parliament and civil society to work together towards a better Africa, an Africa that can not only emerge but also stand strong against any external influences that impact on the continent, whether you see them in civil society, whether you see them in governmental agendas, however they show themselves up. We need to build an Africa that is strong, that is, as described in Agenda 2063, that prioritizes its people. So an Africa for its people and by its people. Thank you very much. And I hand back over to Madam Clerk, Madam Lindiwe Kumalo. The floor is back to you. Thank you so much for your attention and your cooperation.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and honorable members that are present here, as well as guests, for having found the time to attend this important engagement. By way of a reaction to some of the logistical comments, I think it's proper for me as head of the Secretariat to take full responsibility for the late start, the logistical glitches, and to reiterate the profound apologies of the leadership of the Parliament in terms of their equally important engagements that have not allowed them to be present in person today. But you'd also appreciate that the presence of the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, as well as senior leadership represented by bureau members of various committees, has ably represented the Bureau of the Parliament. I would then also like to just appreciate the insight, the rigor, and the candor of the discussions. Honorable Chairperson, regarding the document that was circulated that also merits some reaction from the Secretariat, under the direction of the leadership of the Parliament, Secretariat stands guided to reroute this document to the relevant committees and the Bureau of the Parliament for consideration before it is tabled. And therefore, to that extent, committee clerks, rapporteurs, both on the side of the PAP Secretariat as well as our partners, the directive is therefore to expunge reference to this document from the deliberations of this particular meeting. But once the document has been considered by the committees and cleared, it will then be tabled at the next meeting of the forum, perhaps at the next available session. Finally, I just wanted to indicate that the co-organizers of this event will prepare a readout or a communique, which will be cleared by both civil society leadership and the Parliament, validated and authenticated for publication in the appropriate format, and therefore, given the time constraints, but also the protocol around the outcomes of this meeting, I beg your indulgence to defer that to after this session, when the committee will sit together and agree on what constituted the final outcomes. Very quickly, because we are approaching the closing ceremony, and I'm aware that we also need to attend to lunch, I just want to announce that a videographer is sitting outside in the lobby next to the banner, the media banner outside the lobby, to take 3-minute video messages from any members of civil society and honorable members who may avail the time to just give messages on the 20-year anniversary of the Parliament, and this will be constituted. This will be collated into a 20-year anniversary of the Parliament's existence documentary at an appropriate time. So I'll invite you to visit the stand, and the media will take your messages. After this closing ceremony, lunch will be provided in the cafeteria of the Parliament, and ushers will show us to where this will be served. With that, we'll now proceed to the closing ceremony, which will which will be followed by the AU anthem, and then we will close. Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament and bureaus of committees, it is now my pleasure to call upon Mr. Sami Obeng, Executive Director of the Parliamentary Network of Africa, who is the representative of the PAP Civil Society Forum, to come and give his remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Honorable Chairperson of the Permanent Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament here present, the clerk, deputy clerks, and staff of the Pan-African Parliament present, Honorable Jesse Majomi, who delivered the awesome keynote, the head of ECOSOC Secretariat, colleagues from civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen. As a leader of the network of parliamentary monitoring civil society organizations across Africa, I truly acknowledge the importance of such parliament civil society engagements, whether it is happening at the continental level or at the national level, or whichever level it is happening at. In various countries that we have worked with worked in as civil society parliamentary monitoring organizations. We have seen many models used, and we commend the Pan-African Parliament for this model, this approach, in engaging the Pan-African Parliament, in engaging civil society organizations across the board. And it is to also encourage the Center for Human Rights, the Pan-African Parliament, that this tangent is a very important tangent, a tangent that certainly needs to be continued. We need to encourage ourselves to ensure that this happens consistently, because the benefits of these engagements will be tremendous for all of us. On this note, I would also want to congratulate the Pan-African Parliament for 20 years of its existence. And I think that going into the third decade of the existence of the Pan-African Parliament, such engagements between civil society organization and Parliament could help better enrich, the conversations that happens. Now, in the course of today's discussions, we have seen that there's been great value proposition for Parliament civil society engagement. We've had amazing presentations, we've had conversations, there's been ideas, there's been some recommendations that have been put forward. This has also allowed the opportunity for us to listen to the trajectory of the Pan-African Parliament Civil Society Forum, the work that it has done over the years, the fact that indeed there is still more room for improvement, but at least it has come to satisfy a very important gap that existed. And of course, during the various presentations, Madam Clerk, in her very amazing moderation ability, summarized many of the conversations that took place, of course, supported by the moderation from the chair and Dr. Remember, Mr. Chiang during the other sessions, and we wish to thank you all very, very much for this. But even as we get ready to leave, it is important that I provide you a few important numbers, which for me I think will be some food for thought for us to brood over as we go into our homes, as we get into our regular daily lives. Like they say, the devil sometimes can be in the detail of the numbers. So it's been 6 years of relationship between the Pan-African Parliament and civil society under the auspices of this PAP Civil Society Forum. Our last such engagement was a little over 400 days ago, where we had met. We were very enthusiastic that for the very first time we've had a first formal direct communication between the civil society and members of the Pan-African Parliament in that May meeting that was organized last year. We were very eager about the fact that, the various ideas that came up were going to be taken forward. And the Pan-African Parliament assured us indeed of that. And we're very confident that these assurances will take place. We understand clearly that there's been some challenges at the Parliament, for which reason the intention to have some of these recommendations taken to the committee level in August, which was part of the conversation that was held last year, taken to the committee level in August for purposes of discussions before the full bit comes out, could not happen because of the circumstances in here. But we are assured by the indications given by the clerk on the fact that this will be taken forward at committee level, discussions held, and then we can be able to see the full length of all of these. Last year, there were 6 thematic areas that came up, 42 specific recommendation areas from last year's arrangements. Today, there's been 2 new thematic areas that have been added on. We are very sure that at the end of it all, there will be many other additional recommendations or idea areas that must be taken up. And we hope that these will truly be taken up. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that all throughout engagement between civil society and parliaments, one of the cardinal sins that can happen is when convenings such as this are held, conversations are engaged in, but the outcome of these conversations ends up in the meeting room. Do not go further beyond the meeting room. When this happens consistently, what happens then is that there is that lack of trust in the system, and then we are unable to have similar convenience going forward. But we trust that these conversations will be taken forward at the Pan-African Parliament level for us to be able to see the benefit of these conversations going forward. And you can trust us also as civil society organizations to be willing and able to work with the Pan-African Parliament consistently on advancing some of these courses. To conclude, Mr. Chair, honorable members,
like Siamese twins, and I choose to use Siamese twins and not identical twins. Civil society and parliament can be considered as Siamese twins. We are not identical because you are parliament. What you do is not what we do. We cannot compare ourselves to parliament. But as Siamese twins, we believe that we all have common agenda, common aims, common goals and objectives, which includes ensuring that the people of Africa are represented well, ensuring that Parliament delivers on its oversight mandate, ensuring that the quasi-legislative functions that the Pan-African Parliament plays are played very well, and also ensuring that the power of the purse function that the Pan-African Parliament plays are placed very, very well. Please be rest assured that civil society organizations under this umbrella are very interested in what the Pan-African Parliament does. When Bonolo spoke, she spoke about how there's been engagements around this PAPS CSO forum in East, West, and Southern Africa. In all of these meetings that we've been privileged to be a part of, there is that eagerness for civil society at the national level, regional level, to work with the Pan-African Parliament. And it is very evident in the conversations that have taken place today, which has shown that we all trust that the Pan-African Parliament has a very significant role to play. But in all of the roles that you play, you need to trickle it down also at the country level. And at these country levels, you have in us, as civil society parliamentary monitoring organizations at national level, a reliable ally who will be more than willing and able to work with you to advance on some of these courses. Sometimes it will be a love-hate relationship, because whereas we will be collaborators, there will be times we will have to call you out as parliaments like we always do. But please understand that that is in the essence of the work that we do as civil society organizations. And let's have this relationship between civil society organizations and parliament blossom and blossom well. I thank you all very, very much for staying the course and being with us throughout this conversation. Of course, a very big thank you on behalf of us as civil society organizations goes to the Pan-African Parliament, the President and members of the Bureau, the Clerk and Secretariat, who have done an awesome job in helping us to keep this together, the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, Bonolo and her team, who have worked very hard in making sure that this happens, the amazing speakers who delivered fantastic papers, great recommendations on the ways forward on some of these things, which will be taken forward going further. And of course, all of you, colleagues from civil society organizations who have made this awesome. How can I end by not acknowledging you, the members of this Pan-African Parliament, who on a Saturday took time off to join us to have this amazing conversation. We thank you very, very much for making it. And we look forward to seeing you again. This time around, being able to count on how many of the conversations that have happened here, which we've been able to take forward, which we've been able to implement, so that these conversations do not end in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Obeng, for representing civil society ably in your final remarks at the end of these proceedings. I would now like to call upon the chairperson of the Permanent Committee of Parliament on Justice and Human Rights to approach the podium and deliver his remarks, but also to close this meeting officially. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Honorable parliamentarians, Madam the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, thank you to the Deputy Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, thank you to the representative of the PAP Civil Society Forum. Thank you to the Legal Counsel of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, experts present here today, ladies and gentlemen, members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen of the Pan-African Parliament, all protocols observed. On behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Charumbira, it is a singular honor for me to deliver this speech, my closing remarks. As you know, a speech is never brief, really. It is a brief speech. In fact, as you know, the Pan-African Parliament, as you already know, cannot attain its objectives without integrating the voices and the reflections of organizations represented here. The Civil Society Forum of the Pan-African Parliament, second generation, because it is the second meeting that we are organizing here at the Pan-African Parliament. This organization of this forum proves that the Pan-African Parliament has decided to involve everyone to find common solutions to problems that are a scourge in our societies. As you know, and as you have experienced, the Pan-African Parliament has opened its doors to civil society that you represent, but also to the whole world. And will never close these doors. The doors of the Pan-African Parliament remain open to whomever wishes to help the African people to meet the challenges that we experience, and that our people experience. This a time given by the Pan-African Parliament to civil society has helped us to have a common understanding of various situations, like I have just mentioned, situations that are problematic for our societies. We invite you to continue to work for a unified and prosperous Africa that respects the rights of all citizens. Let us be one people, like one individual, to progress on the agendas of our continent. A peaceful Africa, a secure Africa that respects fundamental rights. As you know, our Pan-African Parliament needs everyone's help, whether it be at a technical level or at a funding level. And this is why we invite a civil society to work with us at the Pan-African Parliament. To find all the means we need so that we can progress together. Because, as you know, at the Pan-African Parliament, we have many activities to undertake. Unfortunately, the funding has always been insufficient. If you approach your partners, you know that all committees here at the Pan-African Parliament need you, because certain civil society organizations that work in the fields we have presented today. Most of them are credible to donors, for donors. Most are not African Union organizations. And also, we don't rely solely on funding from the African Union. Since the African Union has many organizations, many committees, the Pan-African Parliament cannot manage to have adequate funding to prepare model laws, and this is why we also invite civil society organizations to work with us at the Pan-African Parliament with the little means that we have. June 29th, 2024, I adjourn this meeting. Long live the Pan-African Parliament and its parliamentarians. Thank you very much.
Honorable members and distinguished guests, we rise now to observe the AU anthem. Thank you.
So united, celebrate together. Let us go for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together, to defend our liberty and unity. Shall this that's a life in our remedy. Let's all unite the sing together. To roll the bones that frame my destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for life, peace and justice on earth. Feel that Africa, essência do sol, essência do céu. Façamos da África da vida. So united all together to give the best we have to Africa. Then bring along mankind the throne of culture.
Lunch is served.